St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez.
Good morning, colleagues, comrades, friends. Yesterday, I made some contribution to the ongoing discussion. In a sense, snapshots on this or that issue. This morning, I'd like to provide a framework within which I consider those issues and the particular framework which touches and concerns other issues raised yesterday, and to see how we can carry the conversation forward. First of all, I think there has been a misconception in some circles where, without knowing the substance of what is going on at this gathering, there is an instinctive gut reaction against crime being looked as a public health issue. No one here has said, and no one will say, that the issue of crime is one-dimensional. Indeed, the opening remarks by the Prime Ministers of Bahamas and Trinidad and Tobago made it pellucid that this is a multifaceted matter requiring a total society approach, and that it is important at this particular historical juncture to emphasize within the broad issue of addressing crime, violence, and citizen security, to highlight the public health dimension of this particular problem. So to the extent that anyone conceives that there is any tension between a public health approach and a command and control approach, for instance, there is nothing wrong if there are tensions. The question is this: how does one resolve these tensions? In any given situation, there are inherent contradictions and tensions. They are not either or. Indeed, if anyone maturely approaches any question before our consideration in the area of public policy in either or terms, one misses the subtleties and the dialectical nature in the way in one analyzes and fashions solutions. So I think I want to get that out of the way very, very early. Those who may do so for a partisan political purpose or for some other allied malignancy, I can't answer that. I can only speak in a broad conceptual way, maturely, about a problem which confronts us. The second issue, which arose yesterday, which continues, is that the approach is all of society. Now, if we say, and indeed Professor Harriot said that the discussion which we are having is not only a discussion on crime, but the developmental approach that we have at a broad level in addressing our political economy and our society, and I think he's correct. It means, therefore, that part of this exercise is that we are in the process of redefining the boundaries of the relationship between the family, which came before the state and which came before the market, by redefining the boundaries and the relationships of the family, the society, which includes the churches, the community organizations, the media, all the array of non-governmental institutions. So the family, the society, the market. The market has established itself as being pretty good at producing efficiently and effectively goods and services. But the market has not been good at issues addressing social equity, the social safety net, environmental sustainability, all matters which touch and concern the problem which we're dealing with here of crime. So that the market has to be reconfigured in its relationship to other institutions within the society as we are redefining their relationships. And then the state. The nature and character of the state has evolved in our Caribbean and indeed in the world. And at this particular juncture, it has to be reconfigured, re-engineered, the state and its institutions. In some cases, the state would own means of production, but in other cases, and very importantly, it has to engender all the other elements and actors within the society to work as a harmonious whole without any particular ideological predisposition, but having at the core the very important question of social solidarity and equity. And then we have to look at the region and the various states, nation states within the Caribbean community. The kind of union which we have been evolving on the issue of crime has not been the best. The issue of security has come fairly late to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. And indeed, it was Trinidad and Tobago which insisted that there be a fourth pillar within the CARICOM family, specifically addressing security. And we have done some things which are good. And what happened in World Cup 2007 acted as a catalyst to assist us in creating certain kinds of institutions to help to coordinate our response to crime much better. But yesterday we heard many suggestions, including from the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, as to some specific issues which we should address in that coordination and re-engineering, and to do so in a manner where the strengths and weaknesses of each of the units, that they are dissolved within the whole. So the whole will become greater than the summation of the individual parts. And then there is the matter of how, when we are doing that with the state and the region, we have to do it with the hemisphere, including the United States of America, but also with our Latin American brothers and sisters. And that is why Mexico featured. And that is why the initiative by Mexico in relation to the United States of America were allowing all these guns, not paying attention to all these guns which are leaving the United States and coming to Latin America and the Caribbean and causing such havoc. And that's why there's a call for a war on guns, and we want to involve the United States of America pivotally in that particular exercise. And so I'm providing how we have to redefine the boundaries and the nature of the relationships between all these entities, and of course, with the globe itself. But when we are dealing with all of these things, we must never forget that persons who have moved towards crime, we must not at any time feel, and this is part of the point I was making yesterday, that society is responsible for them and they are not responsible for themselves. It's an important point we must hammer all the time, because when we hear some commentators, oh, the reason why this killing was done is because this fellow come from a poor family, come from a poor community. Well, the truth of the matter is that if you have in a country 20% poverty, how is it you don't have 20% of the population in the country in poverty? If poverty is the sole or principal causation, this narrow economistic argument, that you'll have 20% of the community being violent criminals, but you don't have that. So clearly something is missing, and what is missing is how this person, very often by choice, decide that they're going to pull the trigger and kill somebody else. It is not so much that they devalue life. And I repeat, if they devalue life and they're frustrated and they can't get on in this world, they will commit suicide rather than homicide. The fact that they commit homicide is a step which we have to grasp and we have to understand. And they have a responsibility. And that's why, if we look carefully, in many communities across this Caribbean, we see a sense of social solidarity in the communities. Even when in those communities you have persons who come from there involved in serious criminal activities outside of the communities, those communities. The question is, how do we scale up that solidarity, that social solidarity in the communities at a national level? And to do that, we have to do the redefinition of the relationships between all those various sectors and actors that I've just spoken about, and institutions, how we have to redefine the nature of those relationships and have social solidarity at its core. I said yesterday, what has been undermining a sense of social solidarity is a model of political economy based on dog-eat-dog capitalism. And we have to follow the money. Across this Caribbean, people complain that you catch the smaller fry, but Mr. Big escapes, because they're linking the crime naturally, and there's much linkage between that and drugs or other kind of economic activity from the proceeds of crime. We have a lot of regulations, a lot of laws dealing with money laundering. If you make a lot of money off drugs, you import the drugs. illegally. You sell the drugs. You get foreign currency. You can't change the foreign currency easily or lodge it in the banks. So it has to be cleaned somewhere else. And it is often cleansed in perfectly respectable enterprises. People who have restaurants, people who have supermarkets, people who have legitimate businesses, where it is very difficult to say where this money comes from. You notice from yesterday, I'm speaking some very uncomfortable things. But we are not going to address this problem very seriously unless we speak of uncomfortable things and take action regionally in relation to these uncomfortable matters. I know some of the persons who have applauded me are lawyers. So I come to that. The criminal justice system in this region, and I'm not talking about any particular country, from my observation, is increasingly becoming controlled by criminal lawyers. Or sorry, lawyers who practice crime, who practice in the area of crime, who practice criminal law. So if I say criminal lawyers, I don't mean that they are themselves criminals. I simply mean they practice in the area of criminal law. I want to make that point. But we all know that the oxygen of the legal profession is money. And lawyers use delays in the court system in order to have trials adjourn and adjourn and adjourn. And they complain how long the trial takes. Well, sometimes it may be an absence of enough resources, and I'm not denying that. But too many judges have allowed too many lawyers who practice criminal law to control the court system under the guise of protecting the rights of the accused person, who in fact is entitled constitutionally to the presumption of innocence, to a fair trial before an independent tribunal within a reasonable time. And nobody would wish to undermine any of those constitutional protections. But those constitutional protections cannot and do not mean that you must take a long time over a trial and give adjournments upon adjournments, and witnesses migrate, and memories fade, and a lot of times you have to withdraw the prosecution because delay is part of the defense. And judges ought to know that. Some persons who are not lawyers and who are prime ministers may not speak the manner in which I speak. But I have to say to my brethren on the bench, they have to start control their courts again. Because the victims' families in the case of homicide do not understand and appreciate what is happening in this regard. Their trials now, criminal trials, they're having the kind of a pretrial case management for one of the largest kinds of civil cases. When I used to practice law 30 years ago, before the criminal courts, we didn't have that sort of thing happening. But it's taking place now. And people are complaining about these delays, and rightly so. And if a politician opens his mouth and says it, they say you're interfering in the independence of the judiciary. I say that justice is not a cloistered virtue. And just as I am subject to reasonable criticism, judges themselves and magistrates must be subjected to reasonable criticism. It is not a contempt of court so to do. If we cannot shine the light of transparency as to what goes on there and reasonableness, well then a lot of what we are doing here will be rendered meaningless. And that is why the governments are seeking to address certain specific matters in this regard, without in any way encroaching on the independence of the judiciary, which is something which is very treasured. Now, yesterday, I made reference about criminals living in a condition of permanent dissatisfaction, which is insatiable. They cannot be satisfied. Now, all human beings, to a greater or lesser degree, we live in a condition of permanent dissatisfaction. This is a philosophical question addressed by Augustine, St. Augustine, by Machiavelli, 1,000 years apart, and we are closer to Machiavelli than Machiavelli was to St. Augustine. And it is perfectly in order for persons to have dissatisfaction. It is the nature of life, living, and production. But when you're taken from here and you're brought to here, and your necessary and desirable needs and wants are satisfied to some degree, when you reach here, there are others which are generated, and then you have to go to here. And human progress depends to some degree, large degree, of trying to satisfy your dissatisfactions. But we must not reach a stage where in our quest to satisfy our dissatisfactions, that we become a permanent complaints industry, that we have an amalgam of grievances which do not account for policy. We have to understand from where we are coming to where we are and where we are going to, and to have a framework for that to be done. And that requires understanding and knowledge. It is in the first book of Proverbs. The matter has been addressed efficaciously. You know. I must lend my ear attentively to wisdom and my heart to understanding. And we have to do so with a patience and a calm. And as Martin Carter, the poet laureate of Guyana, says, with patience and a calm, sun brightened stone, and all the river burns. Now, we are gathered here, and it's, well, certainly my presence here, I'm entirely unapologetic about being a prime minister coming to discuss crime. I've heard it what prime ministers know about crime. Why you don't have the experts? Well, we have had experts. They're here yesterday, and they're going to be here today. So what happened? The people who voted for me, they expect me to address the issue efficaciously and listen to experts, distill all of it, and come to conclusions. Because if I don't lead, who is going to lead? A committee of experts or former commissioners of police? No, we have to lead. We have to lead. And we have to lead in areas where when we begin to lead, we may say uncomfortable things and do even some unpopular things. but we must do them because they are the right things to be done. And we must not be taken off by this or that writer, commentator, or the multiple experts on social media. I, for one, none of that worries me. You know, people, I read what they say, that the leaders of today don't inspire people. They miss the point entirely. Leaders must inspire. But the truth is this, the easiest thing for a leader to do is inspire. Far more difficult, far more profound, is not to inspire in the sense of putting in, but to draw out of people, the vast majority of people in our Caribbean civilization, who are good, who are noble, and of high quality. To draw out of them their goodness, their nobility, their high quality, and oftentimes to draw out that goodness, nobility, and high quality, which they themselves may not as yet know that they possess. That is the mark of what our leadership on this matter must be about. And if we haven't been doing it, we must affirm that it be done. Because out there in our people, historically and today, there is a great sense of social solidarity. Great sense of social solidarity. We don't have to buy Reagan and Thatcher's doctrine. We don't have to buy the doctrine of dog-eat-dog capitalism. We fashion something in our own civilization to suit our own circumstances at this point in time in the evolution of our civilization. And within that context, we address the issue of crime. Because in our people, there is a genius. Yesterday, I listened to Gillian Luku. She sang Stalin. We love Stalin because Stalin tapped into something in the genius of our people. That inchoate area in our people's consciousness, not yet having all its fully formed nature. Some of it tends towards some backwardness, but most of it towards progress and solidarity, is to tap that in, that which is positive. And that is why the suggestion in relation to the type of music we play, the kind of articulation that we have in our cultural sphere, which is, those things are so important to help with our upliftment. And I am here to say, I have a lot of things to do in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I come here at the invitation of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to help to provide leadership. And anybody who want to replace any of the leaders here, don't mama guy anybody. You want to replace us because you want to lead. But it's not because you're out and you want to replace those while you're in. That you must not propose anything. You must just snipe from the sidelines, create confusion, and try to fray, F-R-A-Y, the social solidarity, which is part of the genius of our people. And we must reflect that in what we are doing in fighting crime, from the family right through the society with all the institutions, the church and the like, the market, the state, the region, the hemisphere, the globe. And for those preachers, I hear one or two of them already criticizing me for what I said yesterday as how they preach. I don't take the instruction from what men say in this regard. In the book of Micah, the question is asked. The question is asked, what does the Lord require of me? And the answer, to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with my God. That is why I'm in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the proverbial West Indies cricket metaphors, well, that's a great opener for today's match. Thank you, Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue now, and in this segment, the focus is on education and youth. There will be presentations from 3 representatives in this category, and the plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Khadija Khan, who's a lecturer in psychology at the Faculty of Social Sciences. So I'll invite Dr. Khadija Khan on stage first from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Welcome, Doctor. And joining on the panel and for the presentations this morning are the following. Ms. Renee Atwell, Dean of the CARICOM Youth Ambassador Corps. From the Faculty of Social Sciences, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Dr. Melissa Neptune Figaro. And the first Vice President of the National Parent Teachers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Zina Ramitali. The forum is now open for the panel, and the focus is on education and youth. Dr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Constantine. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Permit me to stand on the protocols already established. It is a pleasure to be your moderator for this session. This symposium frames violence as a public health issue, and over the past 30 years, an important development within public health was the recognition of the importance of behavioral factors in the etiology and prevention of disease. And this philosophy has since been applied to the issue of violence, and it acknowledges the need to move beyond a focus on the criminal justice sector to solving the problem. So a public health approach embraces a multidisciplinary base that recognizes the contributions of many disciplines, including epidemiology, sociology, psychology, criminology, medicine, education, economics, etc. And it involves many sectors like public health, justice, the private sector, but also education and social services. The public health lens is also complemented by the social ecological framework. And this views interpersonal violence as the outcome of an interaction of 4 factors on different levels: the individual, the interpersonal, the community, and the societal. And no single factor prevails. Instead, it's a complex interplay of all of these factors, and these help to explain why some groups are at risk and why some others are protected. And it is this interplay of factors that we use to inform effective interventions. Yesterday and this morning, you heard from many distinguished speakers addressing many of these areas. Today, our panel delves into these areas of education and youth. They will share their perspectives to add to the already rich and fulsome discussions of the symposium. It's now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Renee Atwell, the Dean of the CARICOM Youth Ambassador Corps.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I sit before you today with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency. Our beloved Caribbean, a region known for its rich culture, breathtaking landscapes, and vibrant people, is facing a crisis that threatens our very existence. Crime and violence have seeped into our communities, infecting our youth, stealing our lives, and shattering our dreams. This is not just a statistical problem or a social issue, but a public health emergency that demands our immediate attention and action. As Caribbean youth, we refuse to accept the normalization of crime and violence in our society. We refuse to stand idly by while our friends, siblings, and neighbors fall victim to senseless acts of brutality. We refuse to let fear dictate our lives and limit our potential. It is time for us to unite with unwavering determination and address crime and violence as the public health issue that it is. Within this room lies the power to shape our destiny and create a brighter future for ourselves and for generations to come. But to do so, we must confront the harsh reality of crime and violence in the Caribbean, understand its root causes, and take bold and decisive action to address them. By now, it is safe to say that we have all experienced the devastating impacts of crime and violence on our communities, our families, and in some instances, in our own lives. It is not just a matter of law and order, but a public health emergency that has far-reaching impacts on our physical, mental, and social well-being. Crime and violence often results in physical harm, injuries, and even loss of life. Many of our region's youth have experienced the devastating effects of gun violence, stabbings, assaults, and other forms of physical violence. Crime and violence have also significantly impacted our mental health. Studies have shown that exposure to violence is associated with higher rates of mental health issues among Caribbean youth, such as PTSD, anxiety, and depression, just to name a few. Crime and violence also continues to disrupt the social fabric of our communities. It creates fear, mistrust, and a breakdown of social cohesion. This causes many young people to face social isolation and a loss of social support networks. Crime and violence can also hinder our access to education and economic opportunities. Many Caribbean youth face barriers in accessing quality education due to safety concerns, lack of resources, and disruptions caused by crime and violence. Limited educational opportunities can result in reduced job prospects, lower income, and increased vulnerability to involvement in criminal activity. In fact, the Inter-American Development Bank suggests that crime and violence in the Caribbean have been found to negatively impact school attendance, academic performance, and completion rates. Breaking this cycle and addressing these challenges requires addressing crime and violence as a public health emergency and addressing its underlying social determinants. As the famous Jamaican reggae artist Peter Tosh once said, "Everyone is crying out for peace, but none is crying out for justice." In the Caribbean, we cannot achieve peace without addressing the root causes of crime and violence: poverty, inequality, limited access to education, and economic opportunities. These are the factors that drive many young people into a life of crime. We must tackle comprehensively these issues to break the cycle of violence and create a brighter future for our region. Investing in prevention and early intervention measures that tackle these underlying issues is crucial. These programs should focus on providing access to quality education, vocational training, mentorship, and counseling, as well as promoting positive values, conflict resolution skills, and life skills. Furthermore, reforming our law enforcement and criminal justice systems is imperative. While law enforcement has a role to play in maintaining public safety, it is crucial that our police officers are well-equipped, well-trained, and accountable to the communities that they serve. Community policing initiatives that prioritize building trust between law enforcement and communities, particularly youth, can foster positive relationships and promote mutual understanding and respect. To our esteemed regional leaders, we look to you with hope and determination. We need leaders who are willing to confront the root causes of crime and violence, who are committed to investing in prevention and intervention measures, and who prioritize the safety and well-being of our people above all else. In closing, I leave you with the words of esteemed Barbadian poet and cultural icon Kamau Brathwaite, who once said, "The true heroes are those who live for justice, those who fight against the odds, who fight for the people, who fight for life." Let us be those true heroes who fight for justice, who fight against crime and violence, and who fight for a better future for Caribbean youth. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atwell. At the end, we hope to have a Q&A session where we can field your comments and questions. At this point, I'll move to our next speaker, Dr. Melissa Neptune-Figaro, criminologist and lecturer in criminology at the University of the West Indies.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this week. So I'd like to actually do this from an academical point of view and talk about youth employment and violent extremism. I was asked to talk about some of my research that I have done with regards to a very contentious issue regarding youth and understanding their involvement in extremism and violence in a radicalized platform. And so this is an important perspective, and at this point I have a PowerPoint slide just showing the expectations of what they had for going to Syria. And we try to understand from the perspective of youth why it is they were so motivated to indulge in such an act of going to a country and becoming radicalized, and to understand some of the transition and the thinking behind these motivations. So to do this, I particularly embarked on a 3-year project where I interviewed a number of personalities, a number of persons who actually went, some persons who were family members. I don't have a clue. And it included 39 interviews, 3 returnees, 18 family members. I also obtained FBI documents, agencies that were assisting persons. And one of the things that we discovered and with the research is that even though we don't have the highest recorded number of Islamics in this community, we did have a relatively high number of persons per capita joining ISIS from the Western Hemisphere. So the direction I'm taking this discussion this morning is based on youth and education, and beyond just understanding the recruitment process for ISIS and other these terrorist organizations. Why were we such a target? Why do we have so much youth investing in these organizations? So it's a typical point of looking beyond just ISIS, but looking at our climate, our social environment, and understanding some of the proponents that we have to actually address in terms of young persons within our community. So briefly, just some of the motivations for joining the extremist group with the aggressive recruitment process with the internet. We have young persons online. The religious rhetoric that they had, persons explained in the interviews that they were trying to escape legal matters, socioeconomic opportunities, and marginalization. So these are the main motivating factors for persons who were involved in these Islamic organizations, radical groups. But the focus for this discussion quickly is basically on the young persons within the vulnerabilities of young persons. So the vulnerability of young persons within our communities. And one of the things they talked about is not having socioeconomic opportunities. And with socioeconomic opportunities, the lack of it, they felt that they needed to migrate to these countries. They also felt marginalized. They felt as though, from the interviews, that they were not given an air. They faced a lot of discrimination. They faced a lot of adversities, especially along racial and ethnic lines. So the interviews kind of took a twist with regards to what do we do and how do we move forward. And one of the things they talked about, I'm trying to get back my slides, I apologize. is basically looking at acknowledging historically and in contemporary society how we have failed young persons in terms of employment, in terms of labeling, discrimination, and also for them to understand that young persons within our communities need some level of psychological and mental interventions for trauma that has not been addressed in their communities, within their homes. And so they're looking for avenues in which to help develop self and personality. In closing, one of the main things that the interviews brought to light was just also engaging youth, uplifting youth, keep interacting with young persons, with the community policies and programs that we have going, and they also want to have the opportunity to help gauge some of the policies and inform some of the policies that are generally made for young persons within our community, with our government, and within our in our environment and context. So I leave you with this, and I hope that we could have a fruitful discussion about the findings of this research that I have been embarking on for years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Figaro. Our third speaker is Ms. Zina Ramatali, the first Vice President of the National Parent Teachers Association of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you so much. A pleasant good morning to our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, other distinguished Prime Ministers from CARICOM, and special good morning to my own Minister of Education, Dr. Catsby-Dolly, and certainly to all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, experts in the field, members of the media. It is indeed a great pleasure, and I would say a distinct honor and pleasure to make this short presentation on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago National Council of Parent Teachers Association of Trinidad and Tobago. It certainly is a pleasure. And we would like to give our great appreciation, to our Prime Minister and by extension the government for hosting such a relevant and important symposium, and for giving the National PTA the opportunity to let the voice of the parents be heard. It is it's the first time I can think, and certainly we appreciate this fact. In order to save time, yesterday, I listened to all the contributions of the experts in the field, our various distinguished prime ministers, and a little of what everybody said something that I have in my presentation. So I had to tweak it a lot, but I trust that some of what was said, and even by our young presenters, that it will just be reiterated briefly. So I'm happy for this opportunity. Now, I'd just like to skip over the research a little bit, and taken from Together the Light the Way. This is a project the Ministry of Education had some years ago, and this was a definition that came out of that document. Now, when we look at some of the research is telling us, and I thought I would see it coming up there, that violence is an important, global public health issue. And we look at all the various aspects of how, that impacts, on teaching and learning of our young people. But I want to focus now on our own local Professor Ramis Diosaran. In 2004, he warned us about the problems surrounding student violence, delinquency, and classroom disruption. And I want to quote our Professor Diosaran. And he told us that we need to look at and be the determined, sustainable, and scientific approaches to deal with these school problems. Now, that was 2004. This is 2023, and crime is an all-time high. Did we actually heed the warning that was in that research that was done by Professor Diusaran. I don't think we actually took that seriously. And I want to look at now some of NPTA's successful intervention programs. And with a subvention from our Ministry of Education, we were able to manage after-school centers which catered for and supported students who were weak in literacy and numeracy skills. And this subvention we still received up to 2023. And we must say thank you to our Minister of Education for that. The NPTA, we facilitated a series of health and family life workshops for parents. And we had regular parental training. And fourthly, with funding from the IDB to the Citizen Security Program, the National PTA managed an academic enrichment program in 2 high-needs communities. Among the many NPTA's intervention, this was the most successful program. It was imperative to find an effective model that was easy to implement, yet highly effective. This theoretical framework used was that of the efficacy model of teaching and learning for teachers, parents, and students, designed by Harvard-trained social psychologist Jeff Howard. Now, I just wanted to share some of those programs that we did. Now, this academic enrichment program, when we went into the community, we met poverty of the highest. But what actually, we engage loving and caring teachers and those experts in the field, and we tested the children, and after testing them, what they did not know, we were able to teach them. And at the end of that program in those high-needs communities, we had children coming out with 90%, improvement in their academic levels. They were able to then write the CSEC exam, and we had students who couldn't read and write in primary school improving. So that is one of our successful programs that we have managed over the years, and we would like to see that program restart with the funding, from our government. And the National PTA this time, I would like to recommend some early interventions, for the way forward. And I trust as leaders, our leaders in Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, CARICOM, some of it was already mentioned. And we want to look at a head start. And the research is there showing the impact of the head start of our young children. When children receive a head start, we noted that their social skills, their impulse control, and approach to learning, it is improved and less likely to commit crime later on because they would have understand how to navigate through this life because they would have received that early education and training. Now, may I state, we would like to see in all our communities, especially our high-needs communities, preschools, open the preschools. Preschools, we have some that need to be reopened. We have some that are unfinished to be completed. We want no child to be left behind. We want all our children to be in a preschool, especially in those high-needs communities where parents cannot afford to pay for preschool education. On a daily basis, parents would call me, their children cannot get into preschool because of insufficient spaces. So we have to be able, if we want to reduce crime and violence, we have to give our young children that head start in life. Secondly, we would like to see public education for first-time parents in pre- and postnatal clinics. We spoke yesterday to, our women, and these first-time parents, they are very young today. I, my own self, had children very young, but the system then catered where you had the nurses visited the home to see how the baby was developing, what kind of nutrition, how I am as a young mother, how I was actually parenting that baby. We don't have that luxury anymore. So we need to put those programs into our pre- and postnatal clinics. We also need to have programs to educate our women and our young teenage mothers. You know, I listened to all the comments, and yes, I agree that parenting is the problem. But before we can continue, or as we continue to criticize and to say that parents, they are not functioning, the way that they're supposed to be functioning, what they're supposed to be doing, we have to put programs in place. We have to put systems in place to help our young women and to help our young teenage mothers. Then we need parent education programs in every community. And I say every community in collaboration with the National PTA, National Family Services, the Ministry of Social Development, so that we will be able to improve our level of our parenting skills in these various communities. Also, I want to say to our parents who would be listening, those online, and all of us here who are parents and grandparents. Yes, parents must take up their role and responsibility in the lives of their children. But schools must also be welcoming to parents. We cannot want parents to develop when some of our schools try to keep the parents out. We just bring them in when we want to have fundraisers, but when for them to come in and discuss some of the tough decisions that ought to be made and to be part of committees, to be part of the local school board, we then decide that we don't want the parents. So I want to say, and as my heart broke recently, where I had to travel to a school in my area in St. George to lobby and to, I have to say, to encourage our parents to join the PTA. And why? It's because the principal did not want the PTA in the school. So I know, our Minister of Education is here. I want to encourage that administrators, I am calling, the Ministry of Education, have constant ongoing training for our principals so that they would welcome and embrace the parent community into the schools. Then we would like, thank you so much. There's a passion, for what is happening to our children in the country. And, I keep hearing, and I wanted to say one point today so badly, and I'll tell you in a little while. A lot of parents get angry when we talk about why they're not entering or coming to the schools. But some parents have had bad experiences. Some parents had parents who died. We have parents who they were children and they raised themselves. So they don't know how to parent. So they look to the school, they look to the principals, they look to teachers. So we have to be able to have training for teachers so that they will understand how to teach the boys, how they ought to relate to our parents, the young parents now. So it is something that we could work a plan with our Ministry of Education. Fifthly, we need to build peaceful community programs, and that was mentioned sometime yesterday. The religious organization must play a pivotal role in teaching spirituality to our young people, which should be supported by the government, or in other CARICOM countries, it must be supported. That spiritual aspect, we are now seeing that the criminals, they have no mercy for life. So we have to be able to teach them bring some kind of spirituality back into the lives of our young people, into the homes. We must do that. Regardless of what religion you are, you must know that there's a supreme being, there's a God, and we must reverence him, so that our young people, in taking up that gun, they would realize I have someone that looking up, a spiritual being, something must be done. So let us support those programs. I just have a few more minutes, so I have to hustle.
Just one.
All right. I'll just try to hide. Now, this 6 point I had, I'll try to go fast. We need to look at the hiring of sufficient remedial and special education teachers for children with special needs. Referrals, take too long. Our student support services, we know they are overworked and overburdened, and we know what it is like. But we want to have, the teachers that could take care of our students with special needs, right? And some of this was mentioned. We need school-based management, ongoing training programs in conflict resolution, anger management, character education, anti-bullying education from preschool, peer mediation and training, student councils. I'll just go quickly here before I'm throwing out. And also, we need the health and family life education curriculum, which is about 15 years old. We need that curriculum to be reviewed and reconstructed to be more relevant to the basic needs of our students. We need the mentoring programs from 10 to 16 years old using the big brother, big sister approach. That's what yesterday was mentioned. We need labor market training for our youth. And we need a reviewing of the curriculum to cater to the needs of the 21st century child. We need the school initiatives to address school indiscipline. The percentage of students with indiscipline has increased, and the work is overwhelming for deans and management. Furthermore, the class sizes, some teachers mentioned it is too large, for students to adequately reap the benefits of the intervention. We need a reformation center to be established for students to be rehabilitated during the period of suspension. And we need continued after-school centers in all our established communities to assist parents and children who are struggling.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramatali. We can see your passion in sharing.
One more minute. I can
so we are going to have to move on because we have a whole day of...
So, Ms. Ramatali, unfortunately, we must stick to time.
Yes.
And that's because the way the proceedings are going, we've made a conscious effort this morning to also include comments, questions, or positions from members of the public. And so the points that you have made are well articulated, and I'm pretty sure they're available under the NPTA's online platforms. So there's one way, form, or fashion for us to be able to gain more information if necessary. Dr. Khan, perhaps if you have any perspective to share before, there is at least one question that I'd like to facilitate through you, of course.
Yes. Thank you. So yes, we would like to facilitate a Q&A and some interaction with our audience today. So we have heard different perspectives. We've heard the youth perspective. We've heard from an academic perspective some of the research that's taking place in the Caribbean to give us evidence-based interventions. We've heard the perspectives from the Parent-Teacher Association. And the role of social media has made the role of an influencer a very significant one in the lives of our youth. But when we look at who is in this room today, it indicates, I think, the potential for unsurpassed influence, the representation of our Caribbean leadership at all levels. As you aim now to identify strategies for our Caribbean region, we heard about interventions. The youth are asking for interventions that address all levels at the individual, interpersonal, and social, to confront causes, but also prioritize interventions and prevention methods. We have heard yesterday and today that youth are disproportionately affected both as victims and as offenders, and therefore represent a critical target group for interventions. We heard yesterday also about questioning the role and purpose of our colonially inherited education system, and is it fit for purpose in 2023 and beyond? And from that, Ms. Ramatali advises us to, or is advocating for programs for education at all the different levels, a collaborative approach that involves all the stakeholders. And Dr. Figaro also, through her study, that brought to the fore, we have real-life evidence about how the interplay of societal, interpersonal, and individual psychological factors affect this issue of violence. So we hope that this has given you ample food for thought, and I'd now like to open the floor to invite any comments or questions that you may have.
Okay, there are microphones in the room. If you wish to make any contributions or a question that should be raised, we'll acknowledge them in the room, and as we prepare for them, yes, sir, certainly you can. There's an immediate microphone to your right. There you go. Good morning and welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Wendell. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commendations to the regional leaders who have taken the time to be here today, identifying that they've recognized that crime and violence is an existential threat to the Caribbean civilization. I have 3 questions to the panel, and thank you for your presentations. 1, do you think the education systems in the Caribbean are adequately addressing those falling through the cracks, making them more vulnerable to gangs and criminal activity, and recognizing the reasons and the factors for the underperformance? That's 1. 2, is our education system or our education systems contributing to stratifying our societies, creating fragmentation, in some instances social tensions that can be a factor in criminality? And 3, our education systems and jurisdictions creating the type of citizens that can feel empowered to be globally competitive and critical thinkers to deal with these issues we're chatting with in these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you receive those questions, I'll add the one that comes in from social media, because this will be the opportunity for you to capsule, summarize, and respond based on what has just been asked. And the statement is, crime is a social issue caused by a lack of one's cultural foundation. We think we can fix this social disease with programs, projects, and more police, when in fact the root cause is not addressed. Now, it may not be a direct question on the education platform, but surely, based on the comments and the statements and presentations that you've made, there's a link in the question to that, hence the reason for sharing it in this panel. So I turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. So I'll open the floor. Since they were not individually targeted, I'll invite the panelists to give a response to the questions posed. Renee, we'll start with you.
Indeed. I know one of the questions would have addressed the education system in the context of critical thinking. And I think that that was, or it is, an extremely important point for us to note. Many times in our education system, what we do see is that students are geared towards passing exams, regurgitating information, just so that I can achieve a passing grade or an A on the exam. I know in recent years, efforts have been made. However, of course, more efforts need to be made in the area of developing critical thinking skills of young adults. Because what you will find is that, of course, as young people, as the next and the future generation of leaders within the region, we need to be equipped to deal efficiently with the issues that confront us. How are we going to uniquely develop solutions to deal with issues such as crime and violence, assessing the fact that our background as Caribbean countries is unique? We need to develop unique approaches to issues that confront us. We can't just pull solutions that the US has used or solutions that Europe has used to deal with their issue of crime and violence. And so I definitely think that being able to harness and develop that critical thinking skill set in our students is extremely important. Giving our students the opportunity to express themselves. there is no, for example, right or wrong perspective on a particular social issue, but allowing them the opportunity to give their perspective, voice their positions, and allow them to be able to develop that skill set. And I think that that will be able to assist them in developing their leadership skills, which will assist us in, of course, developing solutions for the region as a whole.
Thank you for that. Dr. Figueroa?
Okay, so I just wanted to address the question about gang activity and more or less how young persons falling through the cracks, and by extension, understanding the root causes. So in addition to the research I've been doing on radicalization, I also have been going to various communities with the help of IATF, the Interagency Task Force, as well as project building blocks. And just discussions with young persons who are for radicalization, but also just understanding some of the content and context of crime and violence and gang activity. And one of the things that was mentioned in the interviews, and it was pretty much saying that this is what we see as a sense of belonging. And when I talk about a sense of community, it's these subcultures, there's this gang activity, the negative influence is one that is really plaguing young persons within these communities if they have no other options of understanding what mainstream persons expect of them. Then they are going to veer towards these gang members and gang activity seen as this is the norm. So the cultural boundaries are being tested at this point. They culturally now are thinking it's normal to become a part of a gang, and nobody's telling them differently. And so when they talk about the root cause of crime, and I say it as a criminologist, and I say it to my many students, it's multifaceted. And one of the things that we do have to look at is the baseline primary institutions within our society, the family. And if you know for a fact that your son is bringing home money that cannot be accounted for, as a parent, you're supposed to say, this is wrong, but nobody's telling him this is wrong. This is not, right. And so when I have these conversations with young persons within the community, I often ask, who is telling you what to do the right way? And so the primary institutions, the community, the parenting, the education system, these are very important organisms within our in our context that needs to be built. So yes, the police service could do so much on our criminal justice system, but they could only be reactive. The preventative cause of those primary institutions and the failure of primary institutions and so many other facets within our community is one that actually contributes to crime and criminality. So gangs are becoming that primary institution is being substituted for what is supposed to be mainstream family, good values, and now it's becoming more and more culturally embedded in our fabric, and that is one of the breakdowns that we have. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Ms. Ramatali?
Yes, certainly I would say that we are not doing sufficiently enough. We are a society exam-oriented. We are only focusing on the SEA and, the 40%, the 100%, the top 100. We need more teaching in terms of values education, teaching the life skills to our children. We need to look at the whole child approach of the child being healthy. How do we teach that? Safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. So in terms of what is being done now, I think we ought to review, as I indicated before, the curriculum, so that we'll be able to have the sufficient time that we can teach those life skills and those values, and we talk about inclusion and including it into subjects, but there's not sufficient time when we are so focusing on the, children to pass exams. So I think the time has come for us to review the curriculum to include these aspects that you are speaking about, Mr. Paul.
Okay. Thank you for that. One of the other questions asked about crime, situating crime as a social issue. And are we doing enough to address the root causes? And I think one of the things we need to ask ourselves is what exactly is the root cause? Is there one root cause? How do we identify that root cause? So many speakers have continued to emphasize that it's an interplay, a complex interplay of factors, and these are going to vary contextually, vary across settings, vary across countries. So there is certainly a pressing need to have systems and interventions that start with identifying what these root causes are. For example, there's been, in the past few weeks, some very disturbing statistics from the CSEC examination, which revealed high failure rates, but also connecting those high failure rates to students who underperformed at the SCA level, GSAT level, etc. So what we're seeing is that students who are falling through the gaps at an early stage, there is no automatic innate process that rescues them from that. It does not unfold developmentally. We have to have intentional intervention if we are to have an educational system that does not only benefit the persons who have high intellectual achievement for other factors, but everyone. So perhaps we also need to start with the end point. What does an effective education system in the Caribbean look like? What kind of citizen do we want to produce, and work our way backward? What kind of education system provides that? What buffers, what plays the role that would prevent our youth from seeking other avenues to fill those gaps?
Moderator, there are 3 questions on the floor.
Great.
Microphone's in front of you.
That's unfortunate about the bright lights. So perhaps we can start with, I think this gentleman here in the middle.
Yes, that's me, right? Yes. Good.
Yes.
So the gentleman
the
is
only
going first. Thank you very much. Good day, distinguished guests, partners in education and nation building. I'm glad for this opportunity. I was hoping to have it since yesterday. It's not so much question, but some comments. There are some things that I didn't hear yesterday, neither yesterday nor today. And the background is I'm representing a faith-based organization, and we have a school in what I call Mova Lavantil, simply because the school rests on a hill that separates Lavantil from Mova. So you know that has its own dynamics. And I've been a principal there for roughly 20 years. And during that time, in about 2001, 2002, we embarked on a violence reduction program. So we started to gather data on, why is this happening? But coming from the outside, I got a shock when I went in there. But there are some things I want to mention. One of the things specific to violence that we have found over our observations and reflections on data, and we do have an extensive database of findings and conclusions. One of the things that we saw is that the way masculinity is constructed in the gang communities is much different from how we see it from the outside. One of the shortcomings, we think, well, I could speak now because I'm no longer a sitting principal. I think I'm free. I'm trusting that the Prime Minister won't be upset with me, our Honorable Prime Minister. But one of the things we understand is that we on the outside, we see things a particular way that may be very different from how people see it outside. And violence that we saw, what we see is violence is one of those markers of masculinity. The boys aspire to it, the girls subscribe to it and submit to it. That's what we have seen. I didn't hear that yesterday. I know the research has been done, but we have been operating on the ground in that community. Now, some legitimacy to what I'm saying. Where the school is, we have 3 rival gangs that almost encircle the school. We are talking about rival gangs. And the school sits on what is called a little neutral spot at the top. We just have a quarter-mile corridor with 5 access points to the school where anybody can move, ministry people can move. But 3 of those access points to the schools lead directly to the heart of those gangs. Our catchment area, the children that we get, they come from the 3 areas where you have the gangs operating. Plus, we have the BTAM. For those people who may not be from Trinidad and Tobago, those are our high-risk areas. And so we could compare how the gangs operate. We could compare. I heard yesterday Dr. Allen talk about the stories that we get from the children's stories, which is one of the approaches that we use. Because we do minister to teens and young adults in the community, we also have a church that operates in another high-risk area in Enterprise. So we compare the Mova Laventil experience with the 4 gangs there with what we see, and we see some common things. Dr. Allen also mentioned that the gun is a drug, is like the new drugs. The gun is a symbol of power. And I think one of the other presenters yesterday said that the gangs do what the formal system cannot do. And that is a reality. The gangs provide the power. We heard the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent talk about some of these gang boys are cowards. Many of them actually are, you know.
For the interest of time, can you pose your question, please?
No, it's not a question. Just comment, something that we missed.
Then I'd kindly ask that we do so quickly. There are others on the floor.
Okay, right, thank you. So to deal with violence, some of the programs that we have been using, for instance, the Police Youth Club, our experience is they have not reached the most at-risk boys because the boys cannot go to the Police Youth Club.
Okay, thank you at this point for the contribution.
I was now getting there, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your fertile point. It's really unfortunate. We've had a request to have him finish his point. Can we allow him? And what we'll do after is if we could have the 4 questions in succession, and then we can field them. Sir, you're allowed to, yes, please, we'll ask you please to finish your point.
Thank you very much. Because one of the problems we have been having too is that we from Mova Laventil, we really never get a fair chance to be heard. So I thank whoever it is that made this decision. That is part of the problem we have. The people who know what is going on, they are not heard. So thank you. And I'm passionate about this because we still have work going on there. But anyway, so the programs that we have, yes, they are good, but they have, as we heard yesterday also, they must be better targeted. They must be reconfigured to reach those people. The Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent also said that they have to take personal responsibility. And for every one person we have found, every one person that joins a gang and picks up a gun, there are a number of them who choose not to do so. And maybe our research could be targeted to talk to those guys who choose not to and see why they don't pick it up. Now, I must plug this in here. Again, I am coming again at the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent. We use a Bible-based approach, and sometimes we do teach about hell. That's our reality. We do use a Bible-based approach, Bible-based intervention. We know that the theorists will use their secular theorists, as we call them, but we use the Bible as our mainstay. One of the things, too, that we see is that there needs to be targeted teaching on how we redefine being a man, manhood. Because the women subscribe to this version of manhood. We heard yesterday also, we see from the outside, the gang leader is a criminal terrorist. That's how we see it on the outside. And our own Prime Minister lamented that we cannot get people to come forward to bring information about, concerning these guys and so on, like they did in Jamaica. But within the community, he is what you call a hegemon. He is one who the community sees has a right to rule and a right to obey, to be obeyed. When we look at some of the young boys, when that gang leader, that hegemon passes, you see admiration in their eyes. How can we combat? We can't do that by values education alone. We can't do that by HFLE alone. We have tried it for over 20 years and it has not worked.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
sir.
we're
Thank
with it
you.
now.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you for your passion and your contribution. There are 2 other persons on the floor, 3 persons at the microphones. Could you please immediately pose your questions? Thank you.
Please. I'll start on this side. Yes?
Good
Please.
morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished leaders from across the region. So I would have noted the recommendations made by our NPTA representative this morning. And it pleases me to say that, I feel that we are ahead of the game as the TTPS, that is the organization that I represent. We have incorporated both suppression and preventative measures to treat with all of those recommendations that you highlighted. Some of those were mentioned yesterday by our commissioner. We have the Police Youth Club's Project Grace, which is doing assessments. We have the Community Conflict Resolution Center, which is using ADR in conflict resolution and anger management and capacity building at the school and community level. These, along with all of our other existing programs and ministry initiatives, I agree there is need for more, there is need for improvement. But my question this morning to you, Ms. Representative of the NPTA, I would really like to know what has been done or what is in the pipeline to come from your organization specifically as it relates to the issue of parenting, because we all are aware that the root cause, and we keep using the term root cause, the root cause of some of our worst violent crime starts in the home. What is in place for the capacity building of our parents, where the core of our issues, where juvenile delinquency, deviant behavior, and all of these issues that we're here discussing, what is your organization doing or is prepared to do to really address this growing pandemic of poor parenting across our nation?
Thank you for the question. We're going to field the other 2 before we pause. Sir?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Special greetings to my Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. Special good day to all the regional heads of government. Special good day to Chief Justice Mr. Archie. Special to the Minister of Education, the Minister of National Security. All other protocols are observed. I give thanks to be here today to be at this symposium, having spent over 50 years on the street actually dealing and seeing what is actually the root causes of crime over the years. As pertaining to listening to the panel who speaks about education, about the youths, you all were very good, very touching on many points. I listened to the lady who spoke about the different, what the work of the parent teachers are doing and all of that, which is it's quite good. These initiatives are very good once they become action plan. But the truth of the fact of the matter over the years that I have noticed is a leadership/management problem. There is a faulty problem with principals at school. There are faulty problems with teachers at school. Again, over the 2 days symposium, there always have been the word coming up about poor parenting. Yes, poor parenting is a contributing factor to it also, very much. And this has to be worked on closely with the Parent Teachers Association, right? To sort of address or sort of reason with parents towards that. Because today we are living in a time, the problems that we are facing today, mind you, I have seen this problem 32 years ago. 32 years ago. Why I said 32 years ago? From just beyond 1990, persons or citizens had actually lost certain hope and faith in the police service. And as such, having civil disputes, a person would actually go to a thug on the street and send that thug to a businessman place to tell that businessman, the boss sent me, and if you don't pay by Friday, you and your family in trouble. So they created that problem. Now today the fleas are biting, right? However, in terms of dealing with children, look at Panorama. When you go to a Panorama, you will see thousands of children beating pan together in a perfect harmony. Why is that not happening at the schools? The children at the Panorama know, and if they are not disciplined in the tent, then they will not be able to make the stage. Somebody else will take their pan. Children, again, we always complain about children. But I mean, children are children, and most children will always be uncouth. I mean, if we look at from the past, examples of the past, there have always been disobediences among children, even from history. However, it is the responsibility of the heads of state to show the path and actually punish when such things revolt. You know, it doesn't have to be capital punishment, but there has to be some sort of punishment for the refractory child. Another thing too is that today we keep blaming children, but the parents. In today's world, parents have to understand that there is a tolerance level from 0 to 13. There is a tolerance level in the home from 0 to 13. From 0 to 13 is where you're going to teach that child all the necessary moral, spiritual, and whatever values that would be able to bring that child up for the future. When that child reaches 15 years of age, it is hard to control that child. It now becomes a man-to-man situation in the home. You understand what I'm saying? So these things have to be inducted very early in order to assist. We keep blaming government. Look how many initiatives government puts out in terms of different programs and everything. Although I am a product of the youth camp, and I'm very sorry that the youth camps have closed down in this country, because the youth camp have actually engaged students from all over the geographical points of Trinidad and Tobago, where we had learned to appreciate and accept each other and become a family.
I give you a chance to conclude, please, sir.
Yeah. So what I would like to say, Miss, is that I would like to see a better relationship between the Parent Teachers Association and probably the community police, working together with parents in order to find solutions to refractory children.
Appreciate it.
Give thanks.
Thank you.
We have a final question from the floor. Comment?
Yes, I want to begin, as I did not mean to, for Hazel with love and hope. James Gavarino, Raising Children in a Socially Toxic Environment. I have his autograph book in my hand, and what I would love to do is to give this to everybody in this room. Because the point that he makes is, instead of blaming parents, we should help them teach them how to raise children in a socially toxic environment.
Thank you very much.
But I am here to address, first of all, congratulate the panel, and this is for Dr. Neptune Figaro. I have heard you. I thank you for your research. I wish I could have sight of it. And my question is, now that we are preparing to have return home our citizens who have been exposed to violent extremism, are we in a position to de-radicalize the people who are returning? Do we have the resources? Some of the countries have used restorative approaches. Are we able to say we have a program that we are going to put in place, whether we have to use the resources of other people to help us? Because it's important, I think it is a right thing to do, to bring back especially the children who are out there. But are we ready to assume our role as of people who are going to de-radicalize, especially the children and the adults? Very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the same question I've been asking, though.
So I'm just checking to see how much time we have left. All right, so unfortunately, First, let me say thank you for your passion, your engagement, your interaction. But what that also means is that we have far exceeded and expired the time available for this panel. So we did note the comments, and these we'll use as thinking points, points of inspiration to help inform the discussion. We have more fruitful discussions to come for the rest of the day. So thank you again, and I hand back over to our MC, Mr. Constantine.
Thank you so very much. And ladies, as you hold your positions just for a minute, and you'll understand why in just a short while. As we continue on the program, both for our audience here at the Hyatt Regency and those who are viewing, we have the opportunity now to receive remarks from the Prime Minister of Grenada and lead head with responsibility for science and technology. The Honorable Deacon Mitchell has recorded his remarks, and so this is the video that will play at this time. Let's have a look.
Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, partners, and invitees, good morning. Permit me to recognize the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and Chair of CARICOM, and of course, our gracious host, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Commitments at home required my early departure from this important symposium on crime and violence in our region. However, I am pleased to be able to deliver brief remarks through this medium on the topic of education and youth, as it pertains to the crime challenge. As we all learned yesterday, the Caribbean region has one of the highest rates of violent crime in the world, with homicide rates that are among the highest globally. And as we have seen, this reality has significant negative consequences on public health, social and economic development, and the overall well-being of our people. Our youth are particularly vulnerable to violence, with high rates of involvement in gang-related and interpersonal violence. Education is arguably the most powerful preventative method against crime and violence, providing young people with the knowledge and skills they need to pursue career opportunities, make informed decisions, resolve conflicts peacefully, and avoid involvement in violent behavior. The establishment of violence prevention programs in schools can play a crucial role in ensuring that young people, especially at-risk youth, are exposed to and taught how to master life skills such as conflict resolution, effective communication, and emotional intelligence. Teachers and school staff should also be adequately trained in violence prevention strategies and equipped with the resources they need to address violence among their students. We also need to engage with our young people outside of the classroom. Mental wellness and opportunities for young people who have been exposed to violence at a young age to seek help, talk about their experiences, and develop mechanisms to cope are also important. The establishment of community-based programs that provide support and resources to young people at risk of involvement in violence and crime are also necessary. These programs should focus on mentoring, the introduction of positive role models, and skill-building activities that promote positive decision-making and healthy relationships. Government also has a role to play in curbing violence and crime amongst youth through the creation and implementation of policies and programs that promote educational and development initiatives in at-risk communities. This includes funding violence prevention programs, developing and enforcing laws and regulations related to violence prevention, and coordinating efforts across different sectors. These efforts must be aligned with those of civil society organizations, the private sector, and the media to be truly effective. Sustainable success would require that all sectors of society work together in a coordinated and collaborative manner. This includes our young people who, by making positive choices in their own lives, promoting non-violent behavior among their peers and in their communities, and reporting incidents of violence to the appropriate authorities, can have immense impact. In closing, every member of society has a role to play as we seek to change the trends towards increased violence in our region. By working together, prioritizing youth development and education, in addition to our collective crime prevention efforts, we can create a society where violence is no longer the norm and where our citizens can thrive in safety and peace. Thank you.
Our thanks to the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada and lead head with the responsibility for science and technology. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in our morning session today, we focus our attention now on community approaches. The panel that will come forward focuses on areas such as restorative justice, mediation and restorative justice, a normative framework and practice, and the judicial perspective. I'll invite first the moderator for the plenary session, the Chief Public Defender here in Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Haseen Sheikh, to join us on stage. Participating in this panel, under the subject area restorative justice, we invite the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice from Jamaica, and he will be joining us virtually. So just to check that he is on the line, Honorable Delroy Chuck, good morning to you.
Thank you, sir, and to your members in the audience. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if you can see me.
Not seeing you at this moment, but hearing you clearly, and you are coming through loud and clear, which means Jamaica to Trinidad is well connected.
All right, can you see me now?
Are you bringing up the video in this room? Just to clarify, will there be video in this room? There will be. Okay, so in just a short while, let's continue with the introductions, Minister, and then, of course, you'll be viewed at the time for your presentation. We also invite on stage the Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General with the responsibility for crime prevention in Barbados, the Honorable Corey Lane. Please welcome him. Thank you. The Minister of National Security of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines. With a focus on mediation and restorative justice, the normative framework and practice, Professor Corin Bailey of the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus. Thank you, sir. And for perspectives of the judiciary, from the Caribbean Court of Justice, from the Caribbean Court of Justice, we invite the Honorable Justice Jacob Witt. Thank you for joining us. And the Supreme Court of Justice, Lisa Ramsemer Hines. Thank you both for joining us on stage. Great, so we have all present and they'll join us on stage shortly. So I hand over to Ms. Sheikh, and of course we'll be standing by for the presentation from the Minister of Justice of Jamaica. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. So, this particular session is a session that's near and dear to my heart because I am uniquely placed as a Chief Public Defender to see what happens on the other end of crime. We have been speaking a lot about what causes crime, how we can prevent crime, and essentially, we have not had too much conversation just yet about what happens when they are before the courts, when we have reached to the stage that crimes have already been committed. Now, when you are at that stage that the crime has been committed, what we're looking at that point is whether we're dealing with deterrence, retribution, rehabilitation, and restoration. Now, why is that important? Because ultimately, the offender that is before the courts, the offender that has unfortunately found themselves in this position, we are trying to get to the point where we want to reintegrate them into society. But what have we actually done? And I think it's important to say this. Restorative justice is not a way of getting out of penalties. It is not a way of going the easy path. That's not what it is. What restorative justice means and what rehabilitation facilitates is what happens after they serve a sentence. Because these are persons that you want to come back into society and make meaningful contributions. We need to open our eyes to the fact that putting someone in jail is not the be-all and end-all of it. In assessing the causes of crime, and we have been speaking about reoffending, are we opening our minds to the facts that going into jail in and of itself is almost like school for crime? And we need to look at that. And what can we do? So I am so excited to hear what these speakers have to say because they're coming from unique perspectives. How can we see restorative justice, rehabilitation, and move away from just retribution? So, if we can go to our first speaker, Minister the Honorable Delroy Chuck. Can you hear us?
I hope you're hearing me too. Can you hear me? And can you see me?
I am seeing you.
All right. Well, I will begin immediately. Excellencies, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen, my thanks and appreciation for the invitation to participate, and it is indeed my pleasure and privilege to make this short presentation on Jamaica's use of restorative justice, or RJ, which acronym I will use interchangeably, as a means of resolving conflicts, rebuilding relationships, and avoiding further acts of violence from reprisals. Your Excellencies, RJ is and has been a remarkable and outstanding success to resolve disputes, settle disagreements, and de-escalate conflicts. It is these minor disputes, misguided disagreements, and unresolved conflicts that in many instances escalate into brutish abuses, serious violence, and can have fatal consequences. If relationships can be restored by RJ before they descend into criminal violence, and sometimes even after violence has been used, then RJ can be deemed a remedial success with significant curative value being derived by not only the participants, but the communities that would otherwise have been impacted by continued cycles of violence, and by extension, the country at large. In fact, after we started to actively collect and track data originating out of the program in 2018, the success rate emanating from the RJ conferences held averages over 80% annually. From 1,022 RJ circles in 2018 to 3,662 cases in 2022, more than 8 out of every 10 cases have been successfully completed, which means the parties are satisfied with the outcome and the community or the court sanctions the outcome as acceptable and agreeable. Ladies and gentlemen, approximately 75% of the cases that are referred to RJ are court referrals, and the success rate in these court referrals is around 90%. To put it into perspective, in 2021 and 2022, 4,460 cases were referred to RJ by the courts. 3,904 cases were satisfactorily resolved, which oftentimes means the charges are withdrawn or the offenders admonished and discharged. Invariably, the parties come to a mutual understanding, and that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we refer to RJ as justice that heals. What then is the process and practice of RJ in Jamaica? I'm happy to inform that we have 20 RJ centers across Jamaica, at least one in every parish. And another 2 centers are to be opened shortly. We have around 1,000, in fact, over 1,000 trained RJ facilitators who can conduct the healing process in RJ circles, most of whom, unfortunately, are underutilized. Our focus is really to expand the program so that these RJ officers can be more fully utilized as we try to stem the violence in our communities. When matters are referred to the RJ centers, facilitators are appointed to meet separately with the alleged wrongdoer who frequently denies culpability, and with the victim who oftentimes is seeking retributive justice. The alleged wrongdoer, however, is encouraged and persuaded to acknowledge and accept that his or her verbal abuses or actions are wrong, and that the wrongdoing has caused hurt, pain, and suffering to the victim. If this is accomplished, the process is more than 50% completed. The next challenge is to encourage the victim to forgive the wrongdoer, who has hopefully acknowledged and accepted that he or she was wrong. If that is accomplished, then an RJ circle is arranged in which the 2 sides are brought together along with other members of the community, school, church, workplace, or just friends of both parties. It is in these circles that issues are addressed, emotions are calmed, and contentious matters settled. Time does not allow for the thousands of wonderful testimonials to be highlighted, save and except to indicate that in many, many cases, the parties end up hugging and crying on each other's shoulders, while acknowledging how misinformation and misunderstanding caused their problems. And in virtually all cases, relationships are restored. What then are the main obstacles to RJ being more widely and successfully used? In truth, notwithstanding the Jamaica Ministry of Justice best efforts to publicize and sensitize citizens across Jamaica, this appropriate mechanism to resolve disputes is not well known and therefore not well used. As I travel across Jamaica and address hundreds of students, congregations, and residents in schools, churches, and communities on alternative justice services, such as victim services, child diversion, mediation, legal aid, and RJ, I am shocked that sometimes no one, or less than 10% of the audience, has ever heard of or about RJ, or even what it means. I therefore appreciate that the priority and mission of my ministry is to effectively inform and sensitize our people to use RJ to settle disputes and to deal with wrongdoing, abuses, and violent assaults before they escalate into serious criminal violence. Toward this end, we're conducting 2-day restorative practice seminars in over 1,000 schools and over 4,000 churches in Jamaica. So far, we have done close to 300 schools and hope to do another 400 to 500 more schools this year. We have only recently signed a memorandum of understanding with churches drawn from multiple denominations across the island, and the program is gaining traction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if we can get more persons to use RJ to settle their differences instead of using abuses, assaults, and criminal violence to resolve conflicts, we can make a huge dent on the level of violent crimes across the region. Thank you, and I hope we can have further discussion on RJ later on.
So moving swiftly along, we're going to hear some more approaches within the Caribbean. I now turn to Honorable Corey Lane, Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General with the responsibility for crime prevention in Barbados.
Thank you very much. Good morning to one and all. Now, to get right to it, what I want to do is to present some of the community approaches that we found being successful within the Barbadian story. So first, I want to go straight to the philosophy, why we do what we do. We want to make sure that the programs that we're doing are comprehensive. And what this allows us to do is to ensure that all the evidence-based research, all the different things that have been done by so many parties over the years. But we understand that over the years, we suffer from analysis paralysis and implementation deficit disorder. What I've been able to do with my team and my ministry is to put a lot of those programs together and apply the Nike rule. Just do it. And start to implement, monitor, evaluate, adjust, and go again. Collaborate is the next philosophy of point. And what this allows us to do is to make sure we get the maximum support necessary. You get the financial support, you get the human resource support, you get the technical support by collaborating with as many parties as possible. Mission focus is the next philosophy. So we're not just looking at, is education the answer? Is health the answer? We're looking at crime prevention. We are mission focused, so we are making sure that we have it multifaceted, working with all parties to ensure that we get that multi-sectoral approach covering all the answers, because the real answer is D, all of the above, all the questions that we've asked over the last 2 days. Now, the next one is implementation driven. As I said, this is the key. This is where we lie. Action and results, doing. Scale is the next thing. Now, there are lots of programs across the Caribbean region, across all the Caribbean, across all the different communities. But a lot of the time, the problem we have is we have them in very tiny pockets. So we have 20 young people over there doing something, 5 over there, 15 in the back. But the problem is affecting tens of thousands. So what do we need? Scale. Once we take these programs that we assess to have impact, the formula is impact multiplied by scale, and that's how we get transformation. The next thing is going on to what I call the DNA. Direct, non-judgmental, and authentic. Direct. Now, we have lost the art sometimes of touching each other, feeling each other, hearing each other, understanding each other. And we've moved through technology to doing a lot of broadcasts and simulcasts. So we have our billboards and our ads and our T-shirts. And we forget how to get down and rub shoulders. And by doing that, that is why I'm talking about direct intervention, going back into the community, going into the homes, sitting on the blocks, going to the community centers. And not just broadcasting using our cameras and using our technology. That has been very successful. Non-judgmental. One of the greatest problems that I've found in this work, doing it over 25 years now, is that there's a wedge between what we call the sophisticated and the streets. A serious wedge. And from the nods of heads, it's self-explanatory, and I move on to authentic. When we can get directly in communication with each other again, remove that judgment, the looking down on, the turning up of the nose, then we get that authentic communication and programming going again. The other thing we now move quickly on to is the mind training and empowerment. Now, we talk about opportunities, and yesterday a great point was made. We have more opportunities now than we've had over the last 30 years, but we have more problems. We got to start at the mind. Trauma causes drama. Hurt people hurt people. We understand that. That's a root cause. We put it within the programming. Training, we move on. We have a wide slew of training throughout our society. And then we move on to empowerment, economic opportunities, entrepreneurship, business. And then targeted. One of the things I was always concerned about is governments acting like community organizations. We don't think macro, we don't do it universally, we don't do it comprehensively. And the targeting speaks to that. Some of the programs we have, we want to make sure every single boy and girl, man and woman achieves and gets access to some of these programs. Some will be special. You have groups having some difficulties, and then some will be laser focused on those who are giving specific trouble. Now, the old deal has been enforcement, prosecution, incarceration, but we don't say out with the old and in with the new. We just add a new focus. And in New Deal, we're looking at prevention, intervention, rehabilitation. Now, we have 12 pillars to the program, but we're looking at the community-based ones. So we're looking at a new program in Barbados. The Barbados Youth Advanced School, we start about 200, 250 young people. And we're now moving that up to 1,000, 2,000. And we're keeping them in a residential facility for part of the time. The first year, we're looking at soft skills. The next year, we're looking at technical skills and getting them ready for the world of work and the world that they will face. Entertainment, sports, community policing, we've all mentioned them. And some of the other things we're looking at is the life coaching and parent coach. One of the things gangs have over all of us is time. You see, we're rushing. We got to get it in 7 minutes, 5 minutes. You got to stop. We got to go. They have all the time in the world. And face time will be important to ensure that we can treat to the shame and the self-worth that we spoke about, to ensure that we can wrap around them and give them the type of information and help that they need. Mass training, adventure games, gatekeeper, pilot programs are all things that we're introducing new. We've gotten down to brass tacks. These are some of the programs that we've been implemented, and we are seeing the good results thus far. Direct intervention program, because the time is up. We'll talk about that another time, but I want to close on education reform. We've spoken here about education reform and the need to do it. I'm happy that Barbados will be announcing our education reform in a few weeks, where we're separating the high school now between the junior academies and the academies of excellence, where they will be feeder schools into the academies of excellence after children have given the ability to be children, and they're going through that tough time, that puberty, that adolescence. One of the worst times is when you have no autonomy, but you have all these new ideas. That 10 to 16 period, you now have all the ideas in the world, but you're too young to be an adult and too young to feel like a child. This reform will speak to that, along with the curriculum delivery that we spoke about, making it relevant and engaging, and the content, updating it again to speak to the world that they will be entering into, and of course, looking at all the different areas and aspects to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much.
All right.
The marathon.
Thank you very much. Now we turn to the Trinidad and Tobago perspective, and we have the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security, who is going to give us that perspective.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. We in Trinidad and Tobago operate on the twin approach, twin philosophy. The first place to create pathways, positive pathways for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and in this case, particularly the young people in Trinidad and Tobago, to make their way, develop their skills and their potential without having to feel that they have to yield to a life of crime in order to do that. And we established a Ministry of Youth Development and National Service in 2020, a standalone ministry with the responsibility for the youth in particular. And we consider the youth to be persons between the ages of 10 to 35 years. And that represents about 498,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago, a very significant cohort, significant constituency. And insofar as restorative justice is concerned, we have chosen since 2002, by way of cabinet approval of a policy, restorative justice as opposed to retributive approaches. So let me talk a little bit about the youth programs that we have put in place. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, being the disciplined, long-serving, long-standing organization with the mores that it has, with the ethic that it carries, administers our specialized youth programs. In these programs, we focus on civic-mindedness, life skills, patriotism, nationalism. One of the specific programs in there is the Civilian Conservation Corps, where we cater to young persons between the ages of 16 to 25, and they come together against the backdrop of those attributes, civic-mindedness, life skills, patriotism, and the like, and they are taught issues about the environment, taking care of things environmental, so there's a lot in front of them. We have graduated about 30,000 youngsters from that program, and we started that in 1999. Right alongside that, we have the so-called MILAT program, which is a military-led academic training program where we focus on CXC certification for those who didn't do it in the large and very costly formal education platform. They may have been dropouts and that sort of thing. And it's a residential program because clearly the youngsters need some kind of management and control. So it's a residential program, again, led by the Defense Force. And it's a 2-year program, and we have graduated over 1,000 of them since that got started. As well, the MyPath program, so-called, which is an apprenticeship program purveying vocational training, again for persons between the ages of 16 to 20 years, again a 2-year program, and we have graduated about 500 of them so far in that program. The Cadet Force, we continue to support and maintain an organization that is about 110, 112 years old, serving particularly well, and the government provides support for that so that it would continue, and I'm sure all of us in the region are very familiar with the Trinidad, with the Cadet Force and what it does. We have as well a GRACE program, a collaboration between the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Pan American Development Foundation. This is a community intervention. It's really the gang reduction and community empowerment program, which we call by the acronym GRACE. It is an anti-gang intervention designed on the one hand to build community resilience to it so that the gang activity would not grow and proliferate in those communities by sensitizing the communities and demonstrating how they can resist gang intervention and growth. As well, the GRACE program teaches police officers investigative techniques, all aimed at reducing gang activity in Trinidad and Tobago. We have as well a so-called Building Blocks program where we have brought on violence interrupters operating in high-risk areas, focusing on high-risk persons, and their function is to change the norms that may have arisen in those communities. They operate in about 7 zones in the so-called hotspot areas in Trinidad and Tobago. And the police service has an agency along with the Defense Force called the Interagency Task Force. They have a hearts and minds component of this, which focuses on soft side policing, if you like it, dealing with issues of sport and personal development and life skills for those young people. Recently, perhaps about a year and a half ago, we introduced as well a community pools program where we have built pools in some of the hotspot areas where the children ordinarily would never have had access to pools. It came out of a situation where 2 young boys many years ago went into a water tank in order to take a swim, and tragedy struck. It touched the hearts of our government, and we decided as soon as we had an opportunity, and we've been building these pools in such areas. And again, it is run by elements of the Defense Force, largely the Coast Guard on this occasion, and we teach swimming and, of course, aquatherapy, aqua fitness. We are constantly looking for national talent among them because we are confident that in those circumstances we could produce national performers. And of course, so far we have about 3,500 persons involved, old and young persons in the therapy and what have you, and that is happening to great success. And of course, if in those circumstances, along with our formal education system and the many other programs we have for the young people in particular, if they happen to fall through the cracks, if they get past the pantheon of protection and love and care that these programs are designed to share with them and expose them to, then of course, as Minister Chuck pointed out, we have a restorative philosophy as opposed to punitive system where if they come into conflict with the law and find themselves incarcerated, we take an approach to justice that seeks to repair harm by providing an opportunity for those harmed and those who take responsibility for that harm to communicate about and address their needs in the aftermath of the crime. In Trinidad and Tobago, as I indicated earlier, we had a team investigate and have a look at the penal justice system as it then was, retributive, and it made recommendations. These recommendations were adopted by the cabinet, and since 2002 we have formally implemented the restorative justice philosophy, and we already have a good idea of how that works. It involves the offender, it involves the victim, and it involves the community through the courts in order to carry out its work. So, for an example, when the inmates find themselves inside of the prison, we focus on whether they're on remand or convicted. By the way, there was a time when we would only do this for convicted inmates. Now we realize, especially since unfortunately some of these trials take a little longer than they should, we have now exposed remandees to these programs as well, where we treat with issues of moral, cognitive therapy, anger management, prisonization, getting them acclimatized to that new situation, unmasking the criminal mind, parenting, health and wellness, motivational interviewing, and motivational sessions. To date, over 1,265 inmates have benefited with an additional 13 music programs and 652 in moral cognitive therapy. In our restorative initiatives in the community, from 2010, for an example, we engage in beautification, landscaping projects, activities around the community. And from 2010 to 2023, over 6 inmate art exhibitions have been staged, with the most recent is in 2022 at our National Library, where the art displayed and sold generated some $65,000, and of course this money is for the benefit of the said inmates. We, recognizing we have a lot of deportees like everyone in the Caribbean has, and the need for them to be cared for and protected in order to protect the society, we have identified an NGO, Vision on Mission, which has been doing particularly good work in the society, and the government felt that sometimes NGOs have a way of delivering these kinds of services and others more efficiently than the bureaucracy that the government unfortunately might generate. So we engage Vision on Mission and an NGO, and they are very much involved in some of this work. So just to give you an example, from 1995 to the present, the Vision on Mission as an NGO, funded largely and supported by the government, because we realize what they are doing are, in our view, essentially governmental functions, but perhaps more efficiently. So they would have dealt with about 11,500 persons who would have been treated. Vision on Mission offers numerous programs and services that help reduce recidivism towards the prevention and suppression of crime, social displacement, youth delinquency. They include services such as counseling, psychological services, accommodation, client intake and screening, access to training and preparation for employment opportunities, provide food, provide small sums of money as might be necessary. In 2022, as I conclude before we allow others to go, in 2022, the recidivism rate as assessed through Vision and Mission stood at 3.5% of the persons who would have passed through those programs. So there is no doubt that it is working quite well, and we are quite happy to support it, and so it continues. There are other programs, but I'll give way for the time being until we get to me again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now are going to shift gears just a little bit. We are going to hear from Professor Corinne Bailey, who is going to give us Mediation and Restorative Justice, the normative framework and practice. Professor?
All right. Thank you. Morning, everyone. Somebody set me up with that title because that's not really what I planned to talk about. That's more of like a restorative justice how-to or a 101, and I don't think regionally we're necessarily ready for that yet. I thought it would be a better use of my time and yours to, I should say the presentation from Minister Chuck is a fantastic precursor to this, because I think that Jamaica can and should be used as an example, a very useful example that should be taken into consideration regionally. But I don't think there is true buy-in yet, and I thought the time would be better used to make the point that what we have been doing traditionally and what we do in large part still in the region is not the optimal strategy, if it is that we are concerned about crime prevention, not if crime prevention is the aim, not if crime reduction is the aim. I think we forget sometimes that what happens at the stage of corrections has implications for overall levels of crime. It's a cyclical relationship. And so any effective crime prevention strategy must take corrections into serious consideration. And I do not mean confinement. So I want to use, are my slides up? Let's stop the clock. I don't think the presentation is up. It's not up. No. Is that okay? I'll speak without it. All right. I wanted to draw your attention to data from a 2019 IDB study, survey of individuals deprived of liberty, the comparative report to illustrate a point. It was a survey that we conducted among male and female remand and incarcerated individuals in a number of different countries. Just without the slides, I will make a point that I wanted to draw your attention to a number of different risk factors that came out. The first is the level of education. It should come as no surprise. It's an uneducated population. The vast majority did not receive secondary education, did not finish secondary education. Next, we had domestic violence. The vast majority were abused at home. A large proportion as well were themselves abused or saw their mother being abused. Next was half of the inmates surveyed had a family member who was imprisoned at some point. That ranged from 66% in Suriname to 40% in Ghana and Jamaica. How a society treats offenders tells us a lot. It tells us, one of the things it tells us is where the state believes responsibility lies for criminal behavior. What I showed there, or what I spoke about there, was just a snapshot in terms of some of the risk factors for criminal offending. None of these suggest that offending, those people who are offending are bad people, that they're rotten. None of it suggests that the responsibility for criminal offending is solely on the individual, despite what some may think. Rather, it suggests that offending is most likely among groups that suffer exposure to multiple risk factors, many of which are beyond their control. there is collective responsibility, therefore, for criminal offending. We cannot wag our fingers at offenders talking about an age of individualism and then remove ourselves from that equation when it comes to how we deal with them. Resistance to collective responsibility happens on all sides. If we can accept this, therefore, we should be able to accept that we should not punish, therefore, as if the culpability is 100% on the offender. What exists at the moment in most, if not all, of our jurisdictions is a system of coercive punishments that, in fact, are harmful to offenders. If it is that we are not particularly concerned with offenders, then let's be concerned for society. It's harmful for society as well, because when they come out, they commit more crimes. They are hardened versions of themselves. They cannot reassimilate into society. So like our education systems that unfortunately often have the unfortunate result of recycling poverty, of exacerbating structural inequalities rather than giving the best opportunity to overcome them. Our systems of corrections, handed down in the post-emancipation period, similarly targets the most vulnerable members unfairly. Professor Harriott spoke yesterday about our development challenge, and this is part of it. These are, for all intents and purposes, colonial institutions, so they are doing colonial things. So the question is, how well are our contemporary corrections, how well is that operating for us? As developed in 19th century England, prison had three main aims: incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation. We certainly can incapacitate. That happens, we do that well. That cannot be the sole aim. If we take deterrence, for example, there is no strong evidence that prison deters. It might deter us in the room, it does not deter those who are at risk of criminal behavior. Take rehabilitation. I would argue that it's time that we stop validating the institution or the system by asking how well can we better rehabilitate in prison, and start asking ourselves whether prison is the best place for that rehabilitation to take place in the first place. It's quite separate and apart from people being released better off. They're not even released the same. They're released worse. So again, I'll turn to the survey of individuals deprived of liberty. We found that 41% of inmates in 6 Caribbean countries were recidivists. Half were incarcerated more than 2 years after their release. Another 40% were imprisoned within a year. In Guyana, Barbados, Suriname, and Bahamas, roughly a quarter lost their freedom again in less than 6 months. The notion, the hope, that prison is a place for rehabilitation to occur, or the best place for rehabilitation to occur, is a faulty one. So there needs to be a collective redefining of crime in terms of a conflict that occurs within certain constituents, victim-offender community. If we can agree if we can agree on that, then it should be logical for us to agree that restitution must take place within that context. What we do now as a first option is to aim for restitution to occur within a specialized institution that has no connection to the community. It has to be a multi-layered process that includes the community. I won't go into it because of time, the details, the community, schools in terms of eliminating suspensions and expulsions, the police, as well as the courts in terms of diversion of the formal court process. The realistic aim here, of course, is not to eliminate prisons, but to recognize that it's more beneficial to society to ensure that secure confinement is an absolute last resort. We have to ask ourselves whether or not we are truly concerned with what works. Research shows that jurisdictions that have implemented true restorative justice has seen reductions in overall crime, reductions in recidivism, and victims and offenders feel more satisfied with the process. What we want, of course, what we should want, are more just and safe communities. So the fact is, as it stands, we are releasing men and women back out into society, ill-equipped to become productive members of it. And in many cases, they are more hardened criminals. And I want to reiterate that that is not because they are not adequately rehabilitated in prison. It is because prison is not an effective place for that rehabilitation to occur. So under restorative justice, the first priority is to assist those who have been harmed. The second priority is to restore the community to the best degree possible. So in order to do that, as we've heard up here, victims have to have a offenders have to have a personal responsibility to victims. In that way, they will develop improved competency and improved understanding without having to be locked away, because it does more harm than good, and statistics back that up. I could talk forever for this, but honestly, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We don't at all debate that you can talk on this a little bit more because you've done the research, and we're sure that we will come back to it as the questions are asked. So we're moving to the judicial perspective. We want to hear from those in the judiciary what is their perspective on restorative justice. We're first getting the perspectives of the Caribbean Court of Justice from the Honorable Justice Jacob Witt.
Yes, thank you. I must say I was kind of surprised to find myself in a restorative justice panel, because I thought that I would speak, and I will do that. I have to go beyond this particular narrow subject. I wanted to touch on the 800-pound gorilla in the room that is not really touched, and that is the criminal justice system. So if you don't mind, I want to focus on that. I noted yesterday that Prime Minister Gonsalves thought that there were some judges living on Mars. I have to reassure him that they all live here except the judges of his final Court of Appeal. They don't live on Mars, but in the United Kingdom. That brings me to the point of having two final courts in the region. Now, yesterday we were talking about one approach of CARICOM. This is going to be some difficulty with two different final courts of appeal. Now, 2 days ago, a British academic, a legal academic, Dr. O'Brien, was in Guyana, and he gave a lecture, and the conclusion of his lecture was quite surprising. He said opponents of the CCJ argue that it would not protect human rights as robustly as the Privy Council. It is now arguable, however, that the opposite is true, and that the fundamental rights of citizens of those countries that have the Caribbean Court of Justice as their final appellate court are better protected than the citizens of those countries that continue to retain the Privy Council as their final court of appeal. So I make that point one, two different courts, final courts of appeal, and apparently there are already different trends in the jurisprudence, and according to this British academic, actually the court that is here, not on Mars, is doing a good job. Now, when we talk about that is important when we are saying that the rights of the citizens, because that is what we are talking about. People who appear before the court are never criminals. They are citizens accused of a crime. They may be criminals, but in the perspective of the court, that is something that has to be proved. Now, what do we mean with rights of citizens, fundamental rights of citizens, better protected? I will cite something from a decision that we gave in Belize, the case of Bennett against the Queen. We know that fairness in this context, the fairness of the trial, is not limited to the defendant. The trial should be fair for all. Defendant, victims, witnesses, and society as a whole. As Section 6 of the Belize Constitution puts it, and this is in every other constitution, except I think in Trinidad and Tobago, if any person is charged with a criminal offense, then the case shall be afforded a fair hearing. The case, not the accused. Of course, the accused also must be afforded a fair trial, but he's not the only one. It is also witnesses, victims, and there are many stories. There are these sexual offenses where a girl of 16 is raped, and then it takes 16 years or 14 years before that case is tried. What kind of justice is that? Now, this lady now is 30. She may be married, she may have children, she may have never told her husband about what happened to her when she was 16, and now you have to appear before the court and tell it all over again. So it's no wonder that witnesses are not very happy to do that. And that means that evidence evaporates, and therefore a guilty person might be free. Witnesses have to be called by the magistrate's court. They come, they wait for hours, they are sent back, come back next month, etc., etc. That is not fair to witnesses. So, and of course, there must be fairness to the society. We talk about sentencing and so, but what is more important is detection rates. Now take Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, but there is a very low detection rate. Of all these murders, it's lower than 20%. And of those 20%, there is an acquittal rate, as I have been told, of more than 60% or 70%. So a very low conviction rate on top of that. This is not a way to run a criminal justice system. What we said also, it is true that a criminal justice system must be fair and must be seen to be fair, but above all, it must be effective in protecting the rights of all. In fact, a profusely ineffective criminal justice system can hardly ever be fair. So we recognize that the system as it is now functioning, or actually dysfunctioning, needs a thorough overhaul. Small piecemeal changes cannot do the work. There needs to be very profound a look at our criminal justice system. Prime Minister Motley was saying in the old days, there was no bail. Once you got the murder accused, there was no bail. Yes, there was no bail because in those days, trials were done within a reasonable time. But that is the point. The times are not reasonable to any measure. And as we know, in Trinidad, it's well publicly known that there will be people who will be on remand waiting for their trial. And mind you, we still say they are innocent until proven guilty. They will be waiting for more than 10 years in some cases. That cannot be justice at all. Now, to make the point very clearly, I looked at a speech of the Chief Justice at the opening address, at the opening of the law term in 2013. And he said this: there can be no dispute that the system is in crisis. That was already then. Not the judiciary, not the DPP, not the police, the whole system. A brief look at the High Court statistics will illustrate this point. The 42% increase in disposition of indictments from 64 to 91 in the last term is modest, having regard to the fact that indictments filed increased from 116 to 339 if we take one non-bailable offense alone, murder. I regret to inform you that as I speak, there are 575 persons in custody waiting trial in respect of 468 murders, with the length of the average murder trial running into several weeks, 4 to 6. We could have 10 judges assigned to try nothing but murder cases for the next 5 years, and we still will not have cleared the backlog, assuming that all the matters go to trial. That's what he said in 2013, 10 years ago. Now, I thought I got the data. It said in August 22, there were 690 prisoners waiting to be tried for murder. So that that number has gone up. Now, I think there are more criminal judges now, maybe 13 about, but even if there are 13 judges doing nothing else but the backlog in murder cases, it will take them 6.5 years to do that. But of course, there are other crimes, there are other murders in those 6.5 years, so it really means you cannot go on like this. And that is in Trinidad's case, but it's not only in Trinidad's case, it's all over the English-speaking Caribbean, where you inherited, I always say jokingly, the wrong system. But the point is you have the system and it needs to be improved, not a little bit, it needs firm and robust changes. That's why the CCJ Academy, which is the educational arm of the court, has decided for a long time to prepare a conference, and that might be a good follow-up of this one, focusing on that criminal justice system, that we really need to have a good look, a robust look, a merciless look at our systems and see how it is that it dysfunctions. And there are 3 ways at this moment that we suggest you might be able to get through, to create a strong pre-trial process. I think the Attorney General already mentioned something in this respect. There must be a sifting of cases, because if more than, let's say, 70% ends with acquittals, there must be something wrong with the system. In any properly functioning system, acquittals might be not more than 10%. And why? Because in the process, before you get to the trial, there must be a sifting process. If cases simply do not have sufficient evidence, they need to end in a release. We can't do anything about it. We cannot keep people in jail while you know that there is not sufficient evidence. And there must be some guidance from a pretrial judge to get through the process. So that is one way of dealing with it. There needs to be much more plea bargaining. That is what the Americans do. 70% of all the cases are plea bargained in the States. That's why they can get their cases done. That is only very small here. And the third point is improve and broaden the judge-alone trials. And there are many ways you can do that. I don't go into those details now, but anyway, as I said, the Academy is preparing a conference on criminal justice reform. We will do that in October, the second half of October, in Barbados. And we would suggest that police officers, but also people from the executive, Attorney General's offices, legislatures, judges, defense lawyers, prosecutors, prison people come, because we need to have a very authoritative and very critical look at the system, and it needs to end up with practical recommendations, and it needs to be full of provocative thoughts, because we cannot walk this way any longer. So that is what I wanted to say about the criminal justice system, and I'm sorry that I went out of the restorative, more or less, limits that you have set, but this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justice Witt, and we thank you for your thoughts, and it has expanded the conversation, which I think is important. So we're moving along to our local perspective with one of our own judges from Trinidad and Tobago in our Supreme Court. We have Justice Ramsimir Hines, who is going to give us our perspective.
I should have said good morning, but I realize it's after 12, so good afternoon, everyone. Forgive me if I take up some of your lunchtime, and forgive me from breaking with the protocol and asking to speak while standing. That chair is a little bad for my back. Yes, forgive me, please. So I want to shift gears a little bit. I'll bring it back from where Justice Witt left us. And I want to create a scene for you. When we think about suppressing crime and contending with crime, we often describe it in terms that are a little bit daunting. We think of it as a Herculean task. So let's go with Hercules. The second labor of Hercules was to kill the Hydra. You know? That monstrous 9-headed serpent with its poisonous venom. And quite often, the way we've been going about it is much like the early Herculean efforts with the Hydra, you know, to bludgeon it, bludgeon the head to death, only to have 2 or 3 more heads resurrect in its place. So we've had to shift gears. We must. So I was told I would have 10 minutes. I don't know how I'm at 3:44. I think that clock's broken. I'm going to start my brief remarks today with a story. It's a true story. This is young AB. We'll call him AB because we want to anonymize him. He's 14 years old in Form 2 in a school in Trinidad and Tobago, living with mother, father, and an older brother in Form 5. He was suspended from school under the school's zero-tolerance policy on violence. I am not knocking the school's policy, and I am not saying anything about violence in schools. I want you to understand where the story takes us. Let me tell you the story. After the suspension was ordered, the full circumstances were discovered. You see, the night before the suspension, AB's father had badly beaten his mother, struck on her head with a Dutch pot, the heavy iron pot that we stew and curry in now, struck her on the head, and she was unconscious. The older brother, who's in Form 5, intervened because mommy is now on the ground, out cold, and he wanted to stop him from totally killing her. Daddy beat him badly, broke his right arm. His writing arm, by the way, he's in Form 5. He ran from the house. 14-year-old AB is at home alone because mommy is carted away in an ambulance. Daddy's arrested by the police. He's home alone. He dresses and goes to school the next morning because he has nowhere else to go. His head was on the desk when Miss came in. Miss said, "I don't want nobody sleeping in my class." I'm not knocking Miss either, because Miss wanted to do right by all of her students, to teach them all. She therefore needed them all to sit up and pay attention, rightly so. So she went up to his desk. "Boy," I say, "I don't want any sleeping in my class." And that's when AB, 14 but tall, 14 but big, stood up, all 6 feet of him, to Miss, who was just 5 feet, just out of school. "Miss, don't let me damage you today, And he was suspended. The suspension letter required him to go home immediately because he was quite violent to the teacher. But the letter also stated that he could only return to school accompanied by a parent. Daddy is locked up in the station. Mommy's unconscious in the hospital. I am not knocking the school or the teacher or the policy. Go with me with the story. We have had to change gears. You see, it's been said that repeated exposure to multiple forms of violence place children at greater risk of repeating these behaviors and modeling patterns which they perceive as normal and appropriate. Well, this is what we did in the judiciary. We changed our gears, changed our approach, and we have the Children Court of Trinidad and Tobago. We're treating with children in conflict with law, not juvenile delinquents. Children in need of supervision. You have to change labeling, start there. The focus is on rehabilitation, restoration, and reintegration. 3 R's, if you will. Regardless, of course, this is notwithstanding the presumption of innocence, regardless of how the criminal charge is eventually determined, whether by MSI, guilty plea, trial with a conviction or an acquittal, it doesn't matter. The fact is, once you enter the system at the Children's Court, an intervention takes place. A psychosocial assessment is conducted to identify the factors at play which might account for why that child is actually before the court. While the child has been arrested, even before the charge is determined, the Children's Court seeks to first arrest the child's circumstances. That's the priority. The court, with its team of social workers, child specialists, including mental health professionals, develop a plan and recommendation for the judge or judicial officer with a suite of interventions to be applied, bearing in mind the psychosocial development of adolescents. They are not little adults. And that suite might include counseling for both the child and the parents or guardians. It might include grief counseling. Mommy might be dead. It might include parent workshops, because some of our parents, we say the problem is in the home, but some of our parents need to be taught how to parent. And one of the interventions is education. Literacy is tied to recidivism. So for certain types of matters, less serious offenses, one of the interventions where they plead guilty to these lesser offenses is called peer resolution, court-annexed peer resolution. In the interest of time, I'll probably tell you more about it over lunch if you care to hear me. But it really is a process whereby youth volunteers aged 13 to 17 assist the court by hearing contributions from three peer advocates, a respondent advocate, victim advocate, and community advocate, and they consider and question the child's interests, goals, challenges. These 13 to 17-year-old peer assessors will hold their discussions and then make a recommendation to the court about the sanction to be imposed. There are lesser offenses, so put it in context. It might be a letter of apology. It might be some community service. It might be something else. What peer resolution does is it builds accountability, offers second chances, serves as an early intervention solution, offers new learnings, builds youth empowerment. You see, the children themselves have a say in how to solve problems with children, and it builds community connections. Now, what about the more serious offenses? Of course, custodial terms are a last resort. I am moving along. Custodial terms are a last resort. But for those serious offenses, which might either involve a guilty plea or a trial and conviction, whether it involves a custodial or a non-custodial sentence, what's important about the children court is that judicial oversight over rehabilitation, reintegration, and reducing recidivism, the 3 R's, it continues after sentencing, which is something we don't generally have with the adults, so that the court is able to continue the supervision. This is my point, ladies and gentlemen. Crime begins somewhere and with someone. And I like to think of the someones in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the SEA statistics. You see, we have about 18,000 every year writing SEA. 18,000 who are in kindergarten, who entered preschool, primary school, write SEA, and perhaps enter the secondary school system. 18,000. 18,000, some of whom fall through the cracks. And to that end, the Judiciary of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has signed an MOU with COSTAT to collaborate on a transitionary program for children who come into the children court using what we call the ARC program, A-R-C. A, accelerate their focus on thinking. R, restore them to society. C, connect them with right community and a network for a purpose-driven life. The hope is that by combining academic developments, psychological support, career coaching, and mentorship, we will create a supportive environment that ultimately aims at promoting positive behavior and reducing the risk of recidivism. So, consider, if you will, AB, who angrily railed up for Miss in his own circumstances. Consider 18,000 potential ABs every year. And let's think about it as a public health issue, because you see, we inoculate and immunize children before they enter school. How are we going to inoculate and immunize our children against the crime challenge? It might be restorative justice. I'll have to stop because I'm totally out of time, but thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Justice Ramsimir Hines. I know that we're trying to facilitate questions. So do we have any questions coming from our listeners here today? And I don't know if there is any online to be facilitated as well.
Listeners meaning people here, or right?
Here as well.
Okay, thank you. Is the Honorable Minister Chuck, Delroy Chuck?
is he still with us? I am not seeing him currently. Just one moment.
I'm on.
Good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chuck, Minister Chuck. It's good to see you again after 44 years when you taught me trust.
You still look very young.
But of course, I trust you speaking the truth. Now, I heard you make a statement that disturbed me. You must not disturb me. About forgiveness and restorative justice.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, and let me confess, I have been trained by the Restorative Justice Network in New Zealand and the International Institute in Pennsylvania, Bethlehem. And I always understood that forgiveness is not a part of it. If it happens, fine. But the danger of putting forgiveness in there is that sometimes it produces the result that you don't want, that people are going to say, I do not forgive this perpetrator, but I want him to hear what he has done to me. Because what restorative justice is going to be doing is involving the victims and the offenders and members of the community in trying to repair the harm. So forgiveness sometimes would preclude people, coming and doing it at all. So if you would withdraw that statement, I would be very happy. And
I don't necessarily believe that forgiveness is a prerequisite, but I think you will appreciate that it helps. Because to the extent that the offender has been persuaded to accept responsibility, then to that extent, you really try to urge the victim, understand for there to be restoration. There must be a mutual understanding what we're trying to achieve. So that if there isn't an understanding of what caused the offense, then the ultimate goal of restoration may not happen. So I do agree that you're right. I mean, forgiveness is not a precondition, but it helps.
If it occurs, we're happy, but it doesn't have to be there.
No, I accept that.
Thank you very much, sir. You've made me happy. I was also disturbed, let me say, I don't know if that's a word I want to use, and Minister Hines said that Trinidad and Tobago has implemented a restorative justice philosophy. And I would want to know, where is that? Where does it exist? Now, I know some years ago, we had a restorative justice policy when we had a ministry dealing with that issue. I remember commenting on that policy, but I don't know where it is, and people have been trying to find that policy, because I would imagine that the policy would come before the implementation phase. As far as I know, what's happening is there's a very limited amount of restorative justice here. We have the Sycamore Tree Project. I went to the graduation. I remember I ate and I drank very well up at the prisons with the minister who's no longer there, Mr. Minister Young. But as far as I know, we are not doing very much in implementing restorative justice in Trinidad and Tobago. We're doing a lot of talking about it. We have some practices, I would admit. We have some partly restorative things happening. But we do not have any program which is fully restorative, where you bring together the victim and the offender and the community. As I've said before, many people have been trained in restorative justice in Trinidad and Tobago. I myself trained over 100 people, but nothing is happening. The government has paid for them to come and do the training. They have the certificate on the wall, but there is nothing much happening. And we need to get there. We need to understand that crime is a violation of not just the law, but of people and relationships. So I would really want to know, what are our plans for actually doing what the minister said we're doing, which I think is wishful thinking, implementing a restorative justice philosophy. What are our plans? Let's be real and serious that things can happen, but I don't get that commitment. The current head of the prison is very committed, and I arranged for him recently to meet with a restorative justice practitioner from Hawaii who had attended our conference in Tobago. She came here and she spent some time with him, and also with the Vision and Mission people. So there are people who are, anxious to help you, because restorative justice is a healing thing, and what we need more than ever in this society is a healing, and to understand that when a crime is committed, it's not just a breaking of the law. Someone has been hurt. How do we repair that harm? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask Minister Hines.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. As I indicated earlier, the Cabinet of the Republic adopted that policy as far back as 2002, and as far as I'm aware, advancement and development in that regard is taking place on an ongoing basis. The Speaker raised the particular issue as to whether they actually have these sessions with the three parties. I will have to indicate that I have heard no complaints that it is not happening, and I'm aware that there are various elements of that policy that, as she admitted, are in practice. So I will get some report as to the actuality of that aspect of it. But I give the assurance that the philosophy is in vogue, and the policy is in place, and the work is continuing. I mean, I'm aware of a lot of elements of that. So there we are.
All right, thank you, Minister Hines. I'm going to ask if there are any other questions coming from the floor at this time.
Just to advise from a social media standpoint, you have the floor. We're okay with the nature of the questions here are not specific to the subject matter that's under discussion.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of some of the things that have been raised, I want to point some questions, and I know that everyone felt a little bit rushed, so I'm going to give some time for a little expansion. So, Minister Corey Lane, I know that you said that you wanted to tell us exactly a little bit more about how the education aspect of it was going to be linked to that concept of restorative justice. Could you give us a little more insight on how Barbados is planning to do that?
Right, so recently I want to point to a situation we had within the country where we had a survey done with some of our students, and it was a great outcry. And that outcry almost caused me to cry, because that outcry was about, did we ask the right or wrong questions to students, and we've damaged them so much. When I look at our system that is over 80 years, 90 years, and how many students that we've damaged by putting them through that particular format of education, where we've taken off the cream of the crop, and we've said to them that they've done well, they're important, they're successful, and a whole other set of generations of young people have been told not that you fail an exam, but that you are a failure, and they want to act that out. And I believe that by bringing this education reform in this time and this place will bring restorative justice and bring restitution to that fact, to that phenomenon, where so many students, because they may not have been the academic blue star of their neighborhood, of their community, or of their school, have been meant to feel like second class, third class, and fourth class citizens. So for me, from a philosophical standpoint, I believe that that makes the adjustment, hopefully in Barbados and throughout the Caribbean region.
Thank you. Professor Bill, Professor, if I can get your input at this point. So we've heard about the way that we're dealing with it in the children's court. Coming from your perspective, How can we adapt some of that for the adults? We've passed the children's stage, and in a lot of these cases, we're trying to wrestle it back now and start from the foundation. But for those who've already missed that bus, what can we do at this stage?
Well, I think I'll pick up on the really good question that was asked earlier of the minister here, because there is a big difference between restorative practices and
policy and RJ policy.
Yeah, I know. There is a big difference between restorative practices and restorative justice. The culmination of that has to be diversion from the traditional court system. Not necessarily, community programs are a part of restorative justice, but the goal has to be, if you are committed to it, the goal has to be diversion from the traditional court process. And if it is that you are not committed to that, then you are not truly committed to restorative justice. So as far as adults are concerned, that has to be it. A state has the leeway to decide which crimes they want to put through the traditional justice system and which crimes they think they would like to divert from them. The outcry is always, how can you expect us to deal with heinous crimes in that manner, by having a conversation, people like to say. I'll say two things to that. Number one, you can't use the worst form of crime to determine a policy, because thankfully the worst forms of crime are still in the minority. But secondly, I will say it is not just a conversation. The conversation has to come to a resolution. It is not running away from punishment. It is a realization that secure confinement must not be our first option. It must be our last. I'll stop by just reiterating. It is not just about restorative practices. It is the end goal of diverting from the traditional justice system.
Thank you.
Sorry. Well, in that regard, if you'd permit me, I am aware that the population, the number of persons, for example, young people who would ordinarily have been sent by the courts to the Youth Training and Rehabilitation Center, since the establishment of the Family and Children's Division and the diversionary approaches taken there with the focus on more community responses and community care rather than the institution. We have seen at the prison, at the YTRC, the Youth Training and Rehabilitation Center, we have seen a significant drop in the number of persons who come there. So that tells me that there is some diversion and that they are being dealt with in the Family and Children's Division with the many range of options available to those who practice and administer there. So there is that in respect of diversion.
Thank you for that, Minister Hines.
If I may?
Yes.
Yes. I don't want people to leave here not knowing that there are some good things happening in this Trinidad and Tobago. You have, although we may not have fully restorative justice, but we have things that are partly restorative. Now, I heard a comment just now that restorative practices are very different from restorative justice. So how I learned it is that restorative practices is wide and restorative justice is part of it. So you have a spectrum. Now, we have here victim support unit that is partly restorative. We have here also victim impact statement. So you have the victim being supported, and you have little programs for the community, even sometimes the parents and other people affected by the crime, where they can get assistance from the state. So there are things that are happening, good things happening in the community that we need to focus on. I saw you have a segment here, Mark Mediation. Nobody spoke about the wonderful things that we have put in place with our mediation centers. So the people from around the Caribbean wouldn't know that we have mediation centers, we have court-and-neck mediation, all of those things funded by the state. I think we need to let people know what are the good things happening here as well.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Tina Ramatali.
Sorry, the mic isn't on.
Is it on now? Thank you so much, Tina Ramatali from National PTA. My question is to Justice Ramsmehai. In the scenario that you gave earlier, I wanted to find out, in terms of the judge's rules for children, where can that apply, or does it apply in that case? And would you be able to give, a little information on the judge's rules for children?
I hope this mic is on. Can you hear me?
Moderator, can I just intervene very quickly before Justice Ramsmehai's answers to ask her also to address the question that Senator Ahi raised, because I know she is chairperson of the mediation board. So perhaps she could just tell us a little bit about the mediation board as well.
Thank you very much, Attorney General, for giving me double the work. Yeah, so I am the chairman of the mediation board. The board was recently reconstituted. There is another board member in the assembly here today. She was your moderator in your last session, Dr. Khatija Khan. And we can tell you that the board is very, very hard at work attending to all of the pending applications. There are many persons in the country interested in becoming certified as mediators. So I think that the pandemic was a little unkind to us in that regard. There's the idea that not enough is being done in the country. I think what we have to do is be kind to ourselves and realize that the pandemic hurt efforts that had been instituted and were implemented before they had to be paused, shelved, resources were divided and shifted away. So I think we have to give ourselves time to catch our stride again, recognize that we do have the heart and passion, and we have persons who are interested in putting their money where their mouth is in that regard, and practicing and putting into practice some of these things. Yes? As it relates to the scenario I gave, yes, it was a real situation. The child was not charged, never ended up before the court. So you'd be relieved to hear that. And in relation to an earlier suggestion, and I want to tie it in there, and hopefully this will be my closing statement in one, out-of-court disposals is really where it starts. Out-of-court disposals, diversion techniques and practices, so that we charge only who we need to charge. If we can start there, we charge who we need to charge, and we charge for only what we can prove. So realistic charging is where we begin to assess the need for the courts. Then we engage in robust case management, narrow issues, and only hear witnesses who we need to, who are being challenged. Yeah?
Thank you for the feedback. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel has been very kind to facilitate questions that came in the room, and for those, of course, in discussions and areas that may have gone a little bit outside of the immediate remit. So in this context, we thank the panel, including our colleague from Jamaica, the Minister, Minister Chuck as well. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the panel. And thank you to our members. Please hold your seats for just 1 sec. Ladies and gentlemen, we will pause at this time as the meeting will break for lunch. And to those who are joining us online, we'll see you on the other side of lunch. Now that we're off the air. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Good afternoon. We kindly ask for you to make your way to your seats at this time. We'd like to resume the proceedings. Good afternoon and welcome as we resume the proceedings here at the Regional Symposium, Violence as a Public Health Issue, the Crime Challenge. We welcome all back to the Hyatt Regency Trinidad, including our audiences joining us online and those with broadcast media channels. Pleasure to have you. On the program this afternoon, we begin with the private sector perspective. And to share the perspective on behalf of the private sector is the director of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, the CPSO. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you none other than Mr. Andrew Sabga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope after a heavy lunch I don't put you all to bed, to sleep. So, the CPSO was established to contribute to the full implementation of CARICOM's single market and economy. Countries whose population benefit from greater levels of safety and security with low levels of crime and violence are more stable. The lived experience of the regional private sector is that sustaining a stable environment for investment, employment, economic activity, and human security is critical for business success, both within and among CARICOM states. Stability, confidence, and human security reduce business and economic disruptions and are critical ingredients for sustaining visible CSME trading relationships and for the enjoyment of rights within the community. Additionally, implementation of the CSME is recognized to be a key aspect of CARICOM's strategy to achieve and benefit from progress towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The regional private sector is therefore fully committed to addressing crime and violence as critical prerequisites for a fully operational community, both nationally and regionally, and for making substantive progress towards CSME and the SDGs. The regional private sector, based on a broad-based consultation, holds the view that the root cause of crime and violence are created outside of the criminal legal system itself, rooted in societal inequities such as poverty, unemployment, social marginalization, and poorly maintained infrastructure, among others. Accordingly, finding lasting solutions and meeting the challenge of crime and violence requires the embrace of a multifaceted, multidimensional, whole-of-society approach with a reprioritization towards the casual conditions and factors which are generated outside the criminal legal system. Much has been revealed over the past 2 days, statistically and qualitatively, about the extent and incidence of crime and violence in CARICOM states. Evidently, these statistics challenge our regional and global competitiveness by undermining the rationale for investment in key clusters of agriculture, industry, and the services sectors. For our private sector, crime and violence is clearly a threat to the rapid achievement of our 25 by 25 initiative and our aspirations for the emergence of an industrial and services sector with a larger footprint, both regional and internationally. According to the CDB, SMEs account for approximately 50% of our GDP and 45% of our jobs in the region. The regional private sector is the second, and in many member states, the most significant employer, and also occupies a complex and highly integrated social and economic positioning among CARICOM communities. Many in the private sector express a sense of unprecedented vulnerability to criminality, which has had a direct impact on their families, friends, colleagues, and employees. The business community, from farmers to small retail shop operators, to those in corporate positions among large firms by CARICOM measures, have paid the ultimate price. Profits can be rebuilt, businesses can be restructured, or even moved, but the loss of life and the scars of violent crimes have left none of us unscathed. These discussions inextricably join the private sector with other stakeholder groups, which is why we have dedicated so much focus to our contributions here today. In addition to the informed contributions which have been shared over the past 2 days, the CPSO, on behalf of the regional private sector, considers it important to highlight that focusing on some key dimensions of community well-being can inform our understanding of how place-based factors influence violent crime, and in turn, how a holistic approach to addressing these factors can provide promising and non-carceral alternatives to community safety. The CPSO wishes to offer for consideration the following recommendations for addressing crime and violence. 1, addressing the built environment and physical conditions of a community. Evidence from across CARICOM suggests that inner city communities have higher levels of crime and violence than elsewhere. The evidence suggests that where there are high densities of people living in a community without the requisite supportive infrastructure, crime and violence was higher. Investment in infrastructure in these challenged communities could have a positive impact on violent crime rates. Such investments would need to be undertaken from a standpoint of urban planning and re-engineering, which would include recreation spaces, demolition of dilapidated buildings, the construction of social support infrastructure and institutions. There is enormous scope for the private sector in the collaborative approach that will be required with government and other social partners in more fully adopting this approach as a major component of the agenda to combat crime and violence as a public health concern. 2, addressing economic disadvantage within the community, including income inequality. Numerous studies have found that neighborhoods with higher poverty and unemployment rates have higher rates of violent crimes, and that income inequality within the neighborhood is associated with higher rates of violence. But income inequality is not the only determinant. And oftentimes, there is a misappreciation that aside from income inequality and the physical conditions of the community, a community economic status also has a significant influence on violent crime. Anecdotal evidence from across the region suggests that mostly boys born in poverty are many times more likely to be incarcerated than those born in higher income families, and that economically isolated neighborhoods worsen that trend. Enhancing economic opportunity and reducing inequality within neighborhoods can significantly reduce violent crime. For instance, evidence shows that youth workforce development and employment programs, including temporary employment programs, can significantly reduce youth involvement in violence. However, for us to see the transformative results, a whole-of-society approach is required. We need to better understand not just those programs that are explicitly violent prevention-based, driven by a need to come together to address the root cause of violence and poverty through workforce development, but also through coordinated efforts to enhance economic opportunities. The regional private sector is committed to collaboration in this examination and in contributing to the nexus of actions, from problem identification to workforce development and unlocking enhanced economic opportunities as an essential component to the approach to crime and violence in our community. 3, addressing the poverty of dignity. Distinguished colleagues, Thomas Friedman, in an op-ed at the New York Times in 2005, suggested that it is not only income inequality that leads to upset and anger, but also to what he terms as the poverty of dignity. For Friedman and others, the poverty of dignity explains far more of human behavior than the poverty of money. Our collective challenge will be to help communities to restore their dignity through respect, real opportunities to improve themselves and their fortunes in life. Pride in their environment will be a critical and crucial element in addressing the crime challenge. The restoration of human dignity can only come from truly human leadership and care. Friedman explains that, and I quote, "Sometimes it just takes listening, but deep listening, not just waiting for them to stop talking. What you say when you listen speaks more than any words." The regional private sector is convinced that we must seize the numerous opportunities that exist in each of our CARICOM member states for public-private sector collaboration that restores human dignity to many of our marginalized and at-risk communities. In so doing, as public and private sector leaders, we must be prepared to do a lot of deep listening as we revision, re-engage, and pivot to a whole of society response to addressing the root causes of crime and violence that emanate from outside the criminal legal system. 4, supporting civic infrastructure, particularly faith-based community and grassroots organizations, will be critical to combating crime and violence. A whole-of-society approach grounded in faith-based community and grassroots FCG organizations with governments and opposition parties working together is essential to addressing crime and violence in our society. FCG organizations, where they exist and have been supported, often demonstrate a successful record of alternative solutions to crime and violence in high-crime communities. Expanding the reach of these organizations could activate an additional tool for addressing crime and violence at the community level. Moreover, the very presence of FCG institutions appears to be associated with lower levels of crime and violence, no doubt through the stronger social cohesion forged among the community. FCG institutions have adopted diverse approaches with varying measures of success. Supporting and expanding the work of FCG organizations now requires that our community urgently develop an information base on the programs and drivers of success as the basis for expanding, including regionalizing these approaches. The CPSO, therefore, issues a call for more evidence-based work to be undertaken and pledges the regional private sector's commitment to supporting these assessments and evaluations. 5, greater investment in education. Increasing investment in education can play a significant role in reducing the cycle of poverty and violence. Focus on reducing the number of children who drop out of schools and addressing the reasons for this phenomenon must be an important component in the community's strategies and approaches to addressing crime and violence. A range of issues will need to be addressed, from the adequacy of quality teachers to school infrastructure, data and information, and a clear appreciation of what constitutes sound education and adequate funding, etc. There exists an enormous opportunity to uproot the seeds of violence and with assertive human values, where the values are incorporated into the curriculum and practiced by teachers and parents. Education needs immediate and collaborative support if we are to stem the negative tendencies which fuel crime and violence in our societies. In conclusion, crime and violence is clearly a public health issue, and given that the private sector and its stakeholders are inescapably bound up with its effects, we must therefore be a part of the solution. The regional private sector was particularly drawn to the presentation by the distinguished Commissioner of Police of Jamaica about persons on the periphery of crime to whom opportunities, training, and social interventions can be effective versus persons in the business of crime who must be caught and incarcerated. These distinctions are entirely consistent with the points we have advanced, which advocate to focus on the reinvigorated strategic approach on actions and interventions out of the legal system, while at the same time recognizing the need for a balanced approach taken within the legal system. The CPSO, on behalf of the regional private sector, has never been more committed or prepared for the monumental task of striking this balance. Weighted heavily to the embrace of out of the legal system strategies, and interventions which address and restore the poverty of dignity. The CPSO is committed to the whole of society approach premised on a sound evidence base for the framing of actions which address the root cause of crime and violence. We wish to assure the heads that the region's private sector is here. We are present. We are natural partners in this whole of society coalition that is inevitable if our community is to successfully identify and embrace lasting solutions to the multifaceted social and developmental threats in our societies posed by crime and violence. We urge the heads of government to make use of us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Sadger, Director of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, for your remarks this afternoon and for providing the private sector perspective. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we receive remarks from the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Please welcome Mr. Charles Pashley.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'd like to, all protocols observed, and I'd especially like to thank our Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Prime Minister, thank you very much, Prime Minister Rowley, for inviting us here. I think it shows the depth of your leadership for including business with all our CARICOM partners, and we are honored, and we are here to show our commitment that the business community has for contributing towards the solutions to Trinidad and Tobago. And I'd like to thank our Andrew Sadger for that excellent presentation. A little bit difficult coming after him with all his social contributions, but we support all of them and look forward to further discussions. So just briefly, I'm going to go through my presentation in terms of a couple of pointers. Whoops, doesn't seem to be going forward right. First, I just looked at a couple basic facts, because we spoke yesterday about it has to be a fact-based and data-driven strategy. This slide is a little bit of a concern for the region. Trinidad is number 6 on the list of countries with the highest crime rates. We need to address this issue. So we went from how we rank globally to regionally. When we look at homicides, we are number 3 in homicides in the region. Now, we took a slightly different approach. You know, there was a lot of discussion yesterday about the economics behind crime. And I personally don't believe that a poor person is a criminal. I think that basis is not exactly correct. I do think there are socio-economic issues that do cause crime. But as this slide would depict, there are ranges of GDPs and also crime rates throughout the Caribbean. And when you look, for instance, at a country like Belize and Jamaica, both of them have the same sort of GDP, but yet the crime, the homicide rate in Jamaica is significantly higher per capita than the homicide rate is in Belize. So we have to look at causal effects, and on a global basis, I don't believe that income alone is one of the driving forces. underline, when you get into the micro side of it, income is important in terms of how we invest in the country and in our people. So it would indicate that the lower income earners in the Caribbean are actually investing so they are, in terms of reducing their crime rates. Again, there's no relation between population sizes to the rates of homicides. We need to make the right decisions. We need to get to the root of the issues, and that's why I think data-driven is key. We took this from the Manpower Planning Audit Committee report, which was just a snapshot on detection rates in Trinidad and Tobago. And between 1990 and 2000, we had a pretty good detection rate in terms of that was average across what the region was doing, somewhere between 50 and 70%. But post-2000, we've had a reduction in the detection rate. And we roll it forward to 2022, and that detection rate has actually ended up at sub 10% as it relates to homicide. When you talk about getting to the root cause from an execution point of view, I think that this is also a very good signal. Naturally, we are not the experts in the industry. We are among many experts from a national security point of view, but this is just giving a landscape in terms of how we look at it from the business community coming in without the level of expertise that the national security experts in the room would have. Crime in Trinidad and Tobago generally, 2018 was the peak in terms of murders. Started to fall a little bit during 18-19, then we went into the COVID-19 lockdowns. Interesting point is, once we came out of the COVID-19 lockdowns, murders returned, crime returned. So the Jamaican Commissioner of Police had a very interesting presentation yesterday, and I think what that showed is if you have certain limits in terms of lockdowns and you address the root cause of the crime during the lockdown period, you get an enhancement in the level of crime post the lockdown. But a state of emergency, for instance, a lockdown on its own is not a solution based on what the stats are showing us. I know there's been a lot of discussion around that. The challenge is a state of emergency has direct impacts reputationally for a country and will cause challenges for businesses, etc., which ultimately, things that impact businesses then negatively impact the society socially as well. So it would, in essence, exacerbate the social issues that are driving crime. So that's why there's been a lot of discussion in the press on whether state of emergency is necessary. The government has said that that's not the strategy behind it. We are not the experts, but the statistics show that maybe that may not be the right approach to use, so the government is bang on. Effects on crime. We took a brief membership dipstick in terms of our members, just 3 slides, to see how they've been impacted. We asked a simple question. Have you been impacted by business crime over the last 12 months? 42% said yes. Now, when we sit down with our members, we have roughly 500 members, and we sit down with them. That means 240 odd of the members that we meet with have experienced business crime. That is a difficult situation. Secondly, we have to work towards developing a closer relationship between business and the protective services, because this is a worrying slide as well. How important do you feel business crime is to the police? And 42% of the respondents say it's unimportant. We do need to work with the communities to drive better relationships with the police. And then the final slide was, how worried are you about crime and antisocial behavior in the areas that your businesses are located? And only 4% of our respondents are not worried. But worry is a good thing, because that means that we need to take action. So the business community is 100% committed behind the government to find solutions to the problem, because the important thing with turning around this issue is commitment to the solutions. And we are happy that we've been invited to the table to have those discussions. Naturally, challenges, as we say, crime increases the cost of doing business. We've had numerous studies that shows that victims of crimes, consumers, workers, etc., all alter their activities after a crime. The crime and the behavior it brings increases the cost of doing business. Therefore, crime, as we all know, has a huge negative impact on business. Challenge we found when we were looking at this research is that really criminologists have a theory that a motivated offender, the presence of a suitable target, and the reality is they have lots of motivated offenders out there, and all of us are suitable targets. We drive, we go to the bank, etc. Are targets, and therefore the absence of effective protection is really what drives crime and violent crime. So we thought that this was also an important component, as the criminologists have confirmed. It's really the absence of protection is a key component of why crimes are committed. The level of crime associated with locations throughout the country affects consumer behavior, affects businesses in several ways. Individuals no longer go to the businesses. It's difficult to get employees to work in the business. The business therefore starts to, and the socio-economic area of the business starts to decline. Opportunity costs of crime. Now, as Andrew indicated, 50% of our businesses in the region are SMEs. And the reality is the smaller businesses are the ones that are most impacted by crime, and it goes beyond monetary impacts. It's also a matter of sustainability as well, whether they can remain in business, whether the crime reduces their business model such that the number of customers no longer support that level of business. Challenges perception of high levels of violent crime together with businesses that have actually experienced serious crimes, such as robberies and burglaries, creates considerable negative opportunities for the business, and therefore it negatively impacts the business's opportunity and therefore the economic opportunities of the country, which further impacts the social issues that are causing crime. So, in essence, unless we arrest crime, then the issues that are the underlying cause of crime in some issues, which is social inequities, continues to get worse. This, to us, was really the most important aspect of crime. The impact it has on our youth, because businesses are our future, yes, but the youth, as Dr. Eric Williams said, are the future of the nation, and the future of the nation is in their school bags. And this was taken off of the Rose Hill issue we had in the Rose Hill Primary School in Lavantil from media, which there were two warring gangs outside the school, and the poor kids had to lie on the ground. And the reason we use that is because that, in essence, starts the impact of crime on youths in Trinidad. That's a primary school. So victims and perpetrators of crime as kids are negatively impacted. They have trauma and emotional distress. The youth who are victims of crime, such as assault, robbery, sexual abuse, and also domestic violence, etc., experience trauma and emotional distress. This can result in anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and many other health issues, as we've been discussing. It impacts the academic performance. So the whole reason they're going to school is to be able to improve their social standing in society. But yet, crime and the mental impact it has on our kids is negatively impacting their ability to study in school. Their performance wanes, they stop studying, it does negatively impact their grades, and sometimes they eventually drop out of school and therefore become one of the casualties of crime and possibly down the road the perpetrators of crime. Also, in crime hotspot areas, it's very difficult sometimes to get to school as well. So those are some of the consequences. Criminal behavior. Youths that are exposed to criminal behavior are more likely to engage in it themselves. We were talking about that from domestic violence all the way up. The fact is that youths that are exposed to criminal behavior, they become desensitized by it. And that's why 20 years ago, 50 people getting shot or murdered was difficult. But when you roll forward and you have gangs, etc., and we kill 600 people, and the gangs, they get desensitized by it. Even our press, now it becomes page 6 news, etc., unless there's a political reason to put it on the front page. So outside of politics, it ends up being on page 6 or 7 because we are desensitized by it. There are legal consequences. The fact is you may have a good youth that ends up in trouble once, and that will impact his whole future in terms of his ability to continue his education, his ability to get jobs. Therefore, the cycle continues. Again, you also have social isolation. People don't want to associate with you if you are known to be that way inclined in some instances. So what do we recommend? As I said, we are not the experts, but what we would like to see is our country and our Caribbean colleagues get together and make commitments in terms of extended investments. Our counterpart, the CPSO, went into details on education and social support, so we didn't cover that side of the investment. We just gave a very broad brush in terms of other areas. Just a few, and we hope that we'll collaborate more on infrastructure improvement, things like CCTV, motor vehicles, everyone having time everyone having equipment to solve crime. Our Jamaican counterparts showed a very good opportunity with that. Increased patrols, whether it's police, army patrols, community patrols, etc. We spoke a lot about this, although my time is up, just 2 more minutes. Border protection. Border protection is twofold. One, actually protecting our sea borders, but more importantly, how do we protect our country from the arms and ammunition that are imported? And we had some statistics where globally 8% of the containers are screened. We're actually doing 20% of the containers. So we're actually doing more screening than the average global amount is, which is a good sign. But I think what we need to do, again, is data analytics in terms of working with multi-agencies so that we are screening the right containers. So therefore, we are able to prevent it from happening. This, I think, is very important. And again, we spoke about legislation, and I like Prime Minister Mia Mottley's statement that we're operating on 1940 laws and 1940 legislation in an AI world. We need, therefore, to aggressively amend our legislation so that we can move forward. And in closing, I think it's all hands on deck. I know the Honorable Andrew Holness yesterday spoke about, let's take this out of the political landscape and focus on it. I would like to add to that. The fact is that every political party in this country and in the rest of the region, at one point in time or other, was part of the government. The business community has been here since independence and before independence. Therefore, it is all of our collective responsibility and our collective duty to solve this problem. And if it means sitting down with people that you don't have the same political interest in to get to the solution, then that is what we must do. We must fix this. Our future of the nation is key. The future of Trinidad and Tobago is key. And we are here ready to meet anytime to support the government in any strategies that will save our society. So thank you, Dr. Rowley, for inviting us. We think it was a great opportunity. We look forward to future discussions on it. Have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Pashley, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to facilitate and afford perspectives from many quarters in society, we invite now to deliver remarks on behalf of the Interreligious Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Director of the Open Bible Standard Churches Incorporated, Reverend Dr. Benjamin Agard. Please welcome him.
Good day to everyone, all protocol observed. I want to thank our CARICOM leaders for this forum to address the issue of crime and violence as a public health issue. I think I want to share with you an experience I had before I share these few thoughts. A few years ago, I was held up at gunpoint at my home, and my car was stolen from me. You know, because I'm a religious man, I know of David and Goliath. And David said to Goliath, "You come to me with sword and spear, I come to you in the name of the Lord." At that moment, I felt no such anointing to speak like David. There's another part of scripture that says, "Be still and know that I am God." That's the anointing I felt. I was very still. But as he drove away with my vehicle, I saw the gun in his hand. The Lord said something to me that I want to leave with you today, that I believe is part of the answer to our problem. The Lord says, if you don't do something about those children, they'll rise up and kill you all. That was a few years ago. The reality is they are doing it now. I would have done some things on my own and tried to encourage my colleagues to do likewise. So we started kids' clubs and Sunday schools, and we worked together. We are working with hearts and minds in our community. The Lord told me to aim lower. So sometimes we have made efforts to correct things in our society, but the truth is that sometimes we start a little too late. and the horse is already bolted. So this is my humble suggestion to you esteemed leaders. We must aim lower. It is believed that over 50% of learning takes place in a child's life before he's 5 years. Over 50%. It would be wise, therefore, for us to aim lower at that age. We have embarked on a very ambitious program in our community. It's costly, but we are providing free education for our preschoolers. It's costly. And we are doing that because we believe if we can arrest the problem at that age, just maybe, we can turn around our society. Very interestingly, I did a dissertation on alternative early childhood education, and when I did that in my research, I got a definition of education. And in that definition, and I quote, Webster Dictionary, this is in 1820, the first definition of education. To give children a good education in manners, arts, and science. A religious education is indispensable, and an immense responsibility rests on parents and guardians, and may I dare say on all of us who neglect these duties. We do it at our own peril, not to educate these children on moral and spiritual values. That statement was made famous by one of our former presidents. We must understand that we cannot leave the Almighty Creator out of our settings here on earth. It's unfortunate that the educated minds of our present day believe that they are smarter than the Creator. So they don't want to call God in their name. And Rash Shorty says we kick the Creator out. We do not want his name in our mouth. So now we are reaping what we have sowed. I want to give some solution, therefore, in my short time here. First of all, I'm happy for this collaborative effort. It will take all of us. It is said that it takes a village to raise a child. It will take all of us to solve this problem. The fact that some are pointing fingers at others and saying you are the cause, and the church is the cause, and this one is the cause, that will not solve our problem. And I want to say, as one minister once said, this happened under our watch. And if it happened under our watch, then we must take responsibility to fix it. This happened, folks, I remember the day in my own community when I drove without fear. Now I'm driving and I'm looking back. Because I no longer feel safe in my beautiful country of Trinidad and Tobago. So I am suggesting to this august body today that we aim lower. That the systems we are putting in place must not just be corrective, it must be preventative. In other words, prevention is still better than a cure. It is still better than a cure. And if we start early enough and we inculcate in the lives of these young ones the value of human life, if we can inculcate in them the value of respect, if we can inculcate in them that kind of values, tolerance, respect, production, then I believe we have a chance to turn things around. Let me just read this. Another area I'm very concerned about, and I plead with you. And I think I walked with this because the Caribbean Court of Justice he said something today that really caught my attention. And forgive me, yes, his name is Justice Jacob Witt. He painted a picture. We take a young man who maybe have smoking a joint. Do I agree with it? No. But we put him in a system that takes 10 years to bring him to justice. We have made him more criminal through the very system that is intended to bring justice. I beg you, we've got to move quickly to fix the system. And there's a lot of rhetoric and says, yes, we will, we are putting this in place. Listen what the scripture says, and I quote, "Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil." So the slowness of systems has even created a bigger problem of more crime in our society. I want to encourage our Caribbean leaders. I want to encourage you. Let's work together. We are working right now in a smaller scale with the police, with the hearts and minds. We are aiming lower. We are doing the best we can. And I listened to the Minister of National Security when he says that parents are first responders. I leave you with this. A few years ago, I had the privilege of raising my children, and my daughter came first in mathematics at the Caribbean level. But I realized that if I was not involved in her life, it wouldn't happen. I have listened to many parents whose children have won scholarship. I listened deliberately, and in all of those cases, the parents are involved in the lives of the children. In all of those cases. I want to say that we need to put back systems in place how we can involve the parents in the lives of the children. Sometimes it's easy for the parents to say, take the children to school, take the children to church, and you bring them up. But the parents cannot be absolved from the responsibility. In doing a survey in my community, we found out that part of the problem is of the absentee parent, the absentee father. And these precious mothers are fighting on a loan trying to raise up the children. But what happens to those children when they have to go to work? Children are bringing up children. Ladies and gentlemen, let us fix the problem from the ground up at the lowest level. Let's aim lower and let's work together to change our society. I commit myself on behalf of the faith-based organization to work with all facets of society to bring change on our what a beautiful island we have, what a beautiful CARICOM group we have. And if it takes a village to raise a child, may I suggest it will take all of us CARICOM people to fix this problem. God bless you, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Reverend Dr. Benjamin Agard. Reverend Doctor, thank you very much for taking a moment to share the perspective on behalf of what is a very unique element of our society here in Trinidad and Tobago, but not distinct thus far from other aspects of the Caribbean's integration, the Interreligious Organization of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, sir. Our focus now is the Priority Action Plan. Identification of priority actions for a public health response to crime and violence. He would have been on the stage yesterday in what could be considered his research capacity. Criminologist retired Professor Anthony Harriott will share the details as we look at the identification of priority actions for a public health response. Will you please welcome Professor Anthony Harriott.
Good afternoon, all. So we have had 2 days of talk. I would say productive talk. And as we all say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Well, in this case, the eating is in the action, hopefully effective action. My job is simply to share with you some of the ideas that have been harvested from your work, your contribution over the last few sessions. And the action points, we're not yet at the point of an action plan. It's just introducing to you some of the action points. That's the stage we are at now. And these action points may be divided into 3 categories. The first set of action points have to do with how the region relates to external actors and partners whose actions or inactions touch and concern us in relation to vital issues that determine the characteristics of the crime problem that we face, specifically in the first instance, violent crime. The heads have hinted that it's time to declare a war on guns. And we heard a presentation from our Mexican friends in relation to the actions that they have already taken. So there are 2 sets of actions on this business of our war on guns. And the first has to do with high-level advocacy by our heads in representing our interests to the government of the United States, which is the source of most of the illegal guns that are creating the problem within our region. So that's the first set of action. And secondly, collaboration with our Mexican partners in relation to legal action. So it's political and legal action to stem the flow of illegal guns into our region. There's a third element to this that was suggested, which is at the bilateral level, because there are guns that move from one member state to another member state, and that requires law enforcement collaboration to stem the flow of weapons within the region. So that's the main thing in that category. Then the next set of actions have to do with really intra-regional, that have to do with our relations between the countries of CARICOM. There were some suggestions here. Many of them have to do with shared capacities and further developing those existing capacities. So one such suggestion was to build a forensic capacity within the region and to share it rather than have each nation state developing their own forensic labs, which can be a costly business. I believe that has been on the agenda for quite some time now, and therefore it's high time that we move that along. Another example raised was the implementation of the CARICOM arrest warrant. Again, that has been lagging. And the third example was the rotation of judiciary within, if not the entire region, I believe, although I believe that was the proposal, certainly within sub-regions. Then the third category, the national level. Most of the action points were pitched at the national level, perhaps in keeping with the advice of the previous speaker that we should pitch low. So there are several suggestions here that had to do with the reform of the criminal justice system. Much was said in an earlier panel today about the introduction of restorative justice, for example. That is being implemented in some countries, needs to be scaled up, introduced in others. There were suggestions about the introduction of centers dedicated to the treatment of domestic violence, the upgrade of port security, better budgetary allocations so to do. And the final point that I want to raise here, important point, much was said about it during our discussions, educational reform, which would have many different components to it. The Secretariat is working on a listing of all of these action points. I believe it will be ready, if not by the end of this meeting, certainly shortly thereafter. So I believe I've fulfilled my duties and my responsibility to simply give you a feel for these action points. And the last thing that I want to say here, much was said about promising programs, programs that are showing results on the national level, but which, if they are to have impact, have to be scaled up. So that, I believe, applies to many of the suggestions that were made pitched at the national level. Thank you. That's it.
Our thanks once again to Professor Harriott, of course, for sharing with us the priority actions and, of course, giving a summary and a review of the activities and proceedings that have engaged our attention for the last 2 days. We'll hold for just one moment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're guided at this time, we'll be preparing now for the statement of commitment for crime prevention. And I invite at this time, before we have closing remarks, for the chair of CARICOM to please join us on stage and afford us the opportunity to hear his remarks at this time on behalf of the heads of the region. Would you please welcome the Honourable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all thank each and every one of you for joining leaders of CARICOM in this very significant symposium, a symposium that is informed by the challenges facing our community, particularly as it relates to the scourge of violent crime, particularly those that's related to gun-related crimes. The 2 days have been quite informative. I trust that each of us would leave this symposium with a renewed commitment and with renewed vigor to go back into our respective states and employ some of the ideas and initiatives that we would have heard coming from our participants. It is expected that at the end of this session, that a declaration will come from us as a community that will be made public in due course. And as indicated, we will be taking our fight, if I can call it that, on the war on guns to the United States. It is anticipated that we will also do a separate declaration in respect to our commitment to declare war on guns in the Caribbean community. And so I wish you well, safe travels back home, and you'll be hearing from us in due course. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue. As I mentioned in my opening, the issue is a complex one, multifaceted. All hands are needed on deck. And as I continue to remind us all, together we are stronger, and together we'll achieve more. Good day, good evening, and do enjoy. Safe travels.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, the Honourable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Bahamas and Chairman of the Conference Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. And whilst Prime Minister has delivered his best wishes and greetings, we continue. There is an aspect of still closure for our program here. And for those who are joining us for the broadcast online, there are other aspects that continue. So please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver closing remarks as the host country for today's and yesterday's regional symposium, will you please welcome to the microphone the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honourable Keith Rowley.
Thank you very much, Wendell. Ladies and gentlemen, all children who have been following us somewhere along the way, hopefully. At this time of day, after 2 days of what we've been through, I think a bar stool is a useful location from which to speak to you. Not because of the drinking that will go by the bar, but because they're three-legged stools. And we in CARICOM, at the level of the heads of CARICOM, very frequently talk about the 3 pillars of CARICOM. And over the years, this CARICOM, which has been with us for a long time, these 3 pillars have appeared and have been used as a point of departure. And they were human social development, which is the overriding purpose, economics and trade, where we frequently meet to discuss these matters, sometimes contentiously, and of course, CARICOM as a diplomatic body is engaged continuously in foreign policy coordination for the nations of the CARICOM. So these three pillars were there from the origin. They served us well all along the way. But at the time when this tool was built, what brought us here in the last 48 hours was not the urgent, fierce priority that we have been addressing yesterday and today. The recent addition to the stool, so it's now a 4-legged stool, is security. Because I don't know that there's anybody within the CARICOM today, and those who pay attention to us, even from the outside, who would not conclude that our security is a major priority, and in some instances, the lack thereof is a crisis. Safety and security at the community level, at the national level, and now at the regional level, is such a priority that it equates to be added to the 3 pillars as a 4th pillar, requiring the kinds of attention that we have given it in the last 2 days, these 2 days. Cynically, it has been said that this was going to be a waste of time. It was a waste of time. But of course, I had a leader, political leader, who in moments like this used to always say, those who speak like that, they have to say something. So that is their something. But for those of you who took the time out to come to this venue and participate, and for those who followed us outside of this venue, at home and abroad, you would have seen the immense value of this gathering and the presentations by those who lead us along the way. And as the lead head of the CARICOM on this particularly troubling matter, I would say that yesterday and today's proceedings were beyond my own expectation. And I want to thank a whole group of people, those who supported me in the cabinet when the idea was floated, those who supported at the CARICOM caucus in Bahamas, where I may tell you, between the meeting in Bahamas and the dispensing of these services here, the CARICOM Secretariat and the local organizing team for this conference did a marvelous job, and I want to thank them. As a matter of fact, I don't want to say this tongue-in-cheek, but it may be that when we tell our people to do things under pressure, they perform better. Because if this meeting was organized over a longer period of time, there might have been more opportunities for failure. Thank you all for a magnificent performance. Thank you. And that includes the hotel and the staff, Amanda and her team, the technical team, and I must say, the media for the significant coverage that you have taken and given on this matter. But this is not the end. It is not, it might be the end of the beginning, but it's not the beginning of the end. This process is going to have to continue until safety and security are restored to the people of the Caribbean. Have to be. Many of our presenters and those we quoted who went before us identified that it's not going to be an overnight thing. There's no magic switch. It has to be a committed engagement requiring deconstruction and reconstruction. We are being asked to review how we live, how we do business, talk firmly to our friends, and take responsibility at the personal and the national level. That's what's happened. We've also been asked to receive criticism. Those of us who have responsibility, whether we are in the parliament, in the judiciary, in the police service, in the homes, that shared responsibility, because we all have to be engaged. Some levels of obsolescence have been identified, where we've been asked to solve in a digital world, digitally generated problems with analog approaches. We have to change. We've been asked to change. Change sometimes brings conflict, but there's no success without that change being made. I am not here this afternoon winding up this gathering, intending for 1 minute to identify excellence where everything was excellent, whether we agree or not. And there's nothing that I could add to the performances of our experts, starting with Dr. Isben Williams, who I want to recognize, because my own role in this matter as a head of government was driven by my understanding, accepted, at the feet of Dr. Williams, Isben Williams of St. Kitts, psychiatrist that he is, an old colleague of mine from Mona, who insisted that this problem will call us and will have to be addressed, whether we like it or not. And thankfully, we have started addressing it here in Port of Spain on Monday, the 17th of April, 2023. And there's nothing I can add to the technical presentations of experts. And if I may point out, the political expert, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, who spoke for all his colleagues without fear or favor, malice or ill will. He said a lot of what all of us want to see. And of course, the only other person I want to make reference to is the energy of that young lady, Miss Renee Atwell, who spoke for the young people on the stage today. Safety and security, without them, nothing else matters. The question is, are we as a people prepared to make the numerous adjustments that have been identified in these discussions as requirements for what we seek? A communique is going to come out from this room, signed by the CARICOM leaders, that will go to our major trading partner and friend up north in Washington, indicating that we have identified that a major component of the contribution of our circumstance is the seemingly unregulated, illegal flow of guns and ammunition into our territories coming from the United States. And we believe, and I welcome the U.S. Ambassador, it wasn't meant to be like that. I just saw the person sitting there, looked in the direction, and realized that we were talking to the emissary of the United States. Welcome to the gathering. And this is the point at which I wanted to say. The U.S. had a calamity like this at one time, when cocaine started to flood the United States streets. Started out in the homes of wealthy people in Hollywood, they say, but eventually it became a street drug in America with all kinds of consequences. And the sellers and preparers of those products started using our territory to poison American children and American communities. And the government of the United States from then till now, even now, still fighting that. Drug war, it is called. And the territories of the Caribbean were affected by the trade. But because much of that goods is going up north into the United States, we could easily have said, it's not our business, let it go. We have the authority in these territories to say, make it legal. But we said no. We would fight the trade. And it came with guns and ammunition. Some of the guns remain in our territories and started being used against our population by the criminal element. But we stood and we fought the drug war with the United States to prevent drugs from going to the United States. And we attempted, with various levels of success, to prevent our territories and our infrastructure and our people from assisting in that program. That was our contribution on drugs. But our people got a love for guns. A lot of our people here now either want a gun, either legal or illegal. And the guns started to do to us what the powder was doing to the United States. Today, we are saying to the United States, the same way we fought with you to prevent the powder from going up north to poison your community, we want you to fight with us to prevent the guns and ammunition from coming into our territories. It cannot be that we fought and are still fighting and still being hurt by the drug war and the drug traffic and the drug trade because that was of interest to the United States population. And now that guns and ammunition are destroying and threatening to destroy our own sovereignty and our total societal arrangements, that is of no interest to the American population. Cannot be. We would want an equivalent recognition as confirmed by the meeting here yesterday and today, and by the communique which we will release, that the Caribbean nations of CARICOM and our neighbors, not just CARICOM, the Caribbean people, we want a greater effort in preventing the manufacturers of these killing machines and projectiles from having the profit-making outcome that is killing our people and destroying our society. We want the guns and ammunition stopped. And we will take equivalent action in our country for that which slips through. But we want to see the borders, both there and here, so secured that it will become difficult for that kind of business to so easily wreak this kind of havoc on Caribbean societies. That's all we ask. That letter will go to Washington, and I have every confidence that the United States President and his administration will understand the pain that we are feeling, and we're backing it up with evidence and solid information that this threat is not just real, it is being experienced, not as a threat alone, but enough of it has already been experienced. These little islands in the Caribbean cannot sustain for much longer the death rate and the economic destruction that this wanton use of arms and ammunition is wreaking on us. CARICOM heads are agreeing today to take a decision, as we have done, to ban the use and presence of assault weapons in the civilian population of our nations. And we are undertaking, and all of these undertakings will have serious economic consequences, budgetary consequences, undertaking to provide greater support for those who need it, and to do fundamental restructuring of our education system. So we are prepared to do what has to be done. Unfortunately, we can't count on everybody in the region to join in. But they'll come along, as David Rudder says, they will come along too eventually. But change is not always embraced by even those who accept that change is required, change for the better, because it's opportunity for some and it's death for others. But if we are worthy of the name of leader, and leadership is what is required of us, then by God we will lead and stand the consequences in the face of the population. We cannot continue like this. And for those who only see the fight against crime as political opportunity to be exploited, I ask you to think again, because maybe in the end, there'll be nothing to exploit. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have done nothing yesterday and today, we would have done this. Acknowledge that there is this problem And the scale and scope and potential for disaster has been identified. It's been done. The question is, do we have the will to do what is required to be done, not under the banner of any political party, or in this case under the flag of any one nation, but in defense of what Dr. Williams would have called the Caribbean nation. That's where we are. It falls to us now. And there's no point in saying that others should have done it before, except to remind ourselves that if we don't do it now, failure would have been our portion. And we have an option now to do something that those who have gone before don't have now. So I am very grateful that my colleagues in the CARICOM have taken the time to come here and spend 2 days. And I can tell you, it's not very often that CARICOM leaders are always busy. Not very often they come and sit in a CARICOM meeting for 2 days as attentively as they have done. This issue has grabbed the attention of all the CARICOM leaders, and I hope it has grabbed the attention of all our CARICOM people. Because this is not just my fight as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. It is not just his fight as Chairman of CARICOM. This fight to survive in this era where our young men get rank based on what heat they're carrying, what pistol they own, what access they have, and all that flows from that. How many child mothers they have, how they fund it, and how some people get rich. Because if you don't believe it, look in it and you see now that for some people in this disaster, crime pays. Crime pays. Some of the decisions that we have taken along humanitarian lines are in themselves part of the problem and will be part of the tool that will be used against us. You've heard people raise on this stage a whole question about bail for murder. I can raise this evening the recent addition of cash bail, where the man inside could tell his friend outside to find the cash by committing more crime with a gun. So, actions and reactions we're dealing with all the time. But there are certain things that we have to do, and the time to begin to do them was yesterday. But yesterday is no longer available to us. So we take now going forward. Thank you all very much for your contributions, for your interest in our interests, particularly when you can be encouraged to spend your time elsewhere. I would like to let you know that going forward, the government of Trinidad and Tobago will extract from the commitments we made here the work that is required to be done to amend, to adjust, to create the necessary policies, and to make the changes that we are called upon to make. One of the things that we have agreed to do here in this gathering is to set about to use the mechanism of model legislation, where the CARICOM Secretariat, with the involvement of the Attorneys General of our territories, will assist in drafting a suite of model legislation to deal with certain aspects of what we have discussed here. And instead of each territory trying to make its own model and designing it as a new model, that we use the model that we have agreed to be presented to us from CARICOM. And once we agree that the model is sufficiently constructed to our liking and get approval, then we'll undertake to enact that model across the CARICOM so we get some harmonization of legislation with respect to crime and criminality. That is no guarantee of success. Because if in the various territories there are opposition parties who believe in holding on to the prospect of opportunity to remove the government and not provide the legislative support to make the change that the model legislation is requiring, we're back to square one. And the question is that what leadership is about? If that is what leadership is about, we will fail. If, on the other hand, that the wider national interest as required by the CARICOM that can move the parliaments of our nations to enact legislation without that kind of approach, then in short order, we can make the necessary legislative changes that would give us a fighting chance, as identified by those who spoke on the stage here these 2 days, that these changes are required. We will determine who is who and who is for who when we get to that point, but we'll cross those bridges when we get to them. As Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I want to give the assurance that the team that I lead, we are prepared to work with any and everybody in the interests of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.